Thank you, Councillor. Can I check, please? Do we have any nominations for the position of chair for 2025-26? Councillor Rich.
Nominate Councillor Colin.
Thank you. Any further nominations? Okay, so Councillor second. Thank you very much. So that's passed.
Thank you. Thank you all. Allow me to continue. I hope you recognise me with the right words together and there's even more to come. Thank you, St John. So apologies for absence. I believe we've got apologies from Councillor Asperman. I should check with St John for that stage. Are there any more apologies, St John?
No further apologies.
Item 3 then is the vice chair. It is going to have the nomination for vice chair and it needs to be proposed and seconded. Councillor Phillips.
Councillor David Johnson, Chair.
Thank you. May I have a feedback? Councillor Vincent?
Right. Second.
Sorry, I agree with it. But if you can have it if you want. That's the draw then.
It's happy to second.
Thank you very much for that. Are there any further nominations for vice chair? Any further nominations for vice chair? Thank you. In which case I announce that David Chance is now our vice chair. You're trying to go me on top two. Councillor Tidy, Division 2.
Yes, just briefly. I would like a minute or something to recognise the work that Dan has put in I think she's done a really good job of it.
I'm being it's not that I thank you all my personal thanks to Janet for support, advice and encyclopedic knowledge of things Scarborough and the support she's given me over the last couple of years. Thank you very much, Jeff. Okay, so we are now on to the minutes of the meeting held on the 21st of March. And please note this is only for accuracy. So has anybody got any comments on the accuracy of those minutes? Good. Thank you very much. And we now go to declarations of interest. Has anybody got any matters that they need to declare an interest upon? I think we will request season ticket holders to the football club or supporters of the football club, because that is obviously your peculiar. Councillor Jefferson.
In the yes.
Thank you. Any further declarations of interest? No? Okay, and now feedback. Councillor Trumper.
Just be aware that I think the school club there, which is mentioned in my local questions.
It is, and we are all, I know, we are all aware because you've declared it before. Thank you very much. Right, so I've got some updates from you from our previous meeting. If you recall, we had a presentation from the team about public health on healthy ageing in North Yorkshire, and members raised some issues, including unclaimed benefits, older people still waiting for property, and healthy life expectancy. So the teams have fed items in the update, so I'll give you a précis of those. If you want information on the reports, then simply you can circulate them to you. On the issue of the high level of unclaimed pension credit in Scarborough and Whitby, and a request that members have made that public health and other agencies could orchestrate a targeted campaign, we have had an update from Head of Financial Assessments and Benefits. And I'll just read what it said. It's highly likely there will be a new pension credit campaign probably in the early autumn. The DWP has provided NYC with leaflets that can be printed and included in the next round of household support fund if appropriate. The council will be linking with networks within Scarborough and Whitby to raise awareness, providing advice on how to claim, and we'll also be offering assistance for the benefits maximisation team. And we have arranged an informal briefing at a future monthly update to understand a little bit more about on the issue of the high proportion of older people renting in Scarborough. We've been signposted to some reports from the independent age group, Keys for the Future. And I'll read again. While some people choose to rent in later life, most older private renters independent age engaged with are in financial hardship with limited choices. Many in this situation have been unable to do anything but rent from the private landlord for all of their lives. And members will know that we have quite a high percentage of private landlords particularly in the Scarborough area. In contrast, others will have moved into renting after a significant life event, such as a bereavement, a relationship breakdown, or a job loss. Whatever the reason, older private renters in property often find themselves unable to keep their homes safe and warm, live with a constant fear of an unexpected eviction, and are forced to cut back so they can afford increasing rents on their low fixed incomes. The report also notes that data shows that older renters are disproportionately likely to be in poverty compared with those who own their own home, and that in future renting later life is likely to become the reality for even more people. And we can pick that up when we have a briefing with this. And finally, on the healthy life expectancy, we noticed in the report that female healthy life expectancy dipped below male healthy life expectancy in North Yorkshire, and that we thought unusual, but there's been several more data releases since that report was published, which show sadly a further decrease for both male and female healthy life expectancy, but that male healthy life expectancy declined further than female. So again, female healthy life expectancy once again before male. For your information, male healthy life expectancy is 63.8 years and female is now 64.6. Just to remind you, it's healthy life expectancy, not life expectancy, but it is the fact that many of our older residents live with one or more chronic conditions. And you can see more information on that on the JSNA. So if anybody wants to follow any of those factors up, please let St know and we will feed some reports to you. Thank you. Item 7, public participation. So we have 4 questions. Councillor William Stewart is going to ask his question at item 10 because it directly relates to the community safety annual report. We have Councillor Sally Turner, I just think Councillor Linda Wiles and Andrew Watson, who can't be present. So can I ask Councillor Turner to come first and pose your question, please? Yes, please.
Good morning, councillors. I had quite a lot of questions for you, but Stephen was extremely proficient in his job and he's made me come down to one. So I'll pick the most important one quite seriously now for residents of Whitby. We are very fortunate that we are a very popular tourist destination, but with that comes the traffic impact, and that impact on our residents is prolific. It's not just the case of, where they're going to go, it's impinging and impacting on daily life. Now, I was really pleased to see that there's been an extended park and ride provided, but it's on the east side of Whitby and it's at the top of Green Lane. If you live in that area, it's absolutely horrendous. And I can only say that the additional traffic that's going to be going up that road, whether you're going on the Locality or you're going up Green Lane, the impact is going to be tremendous on the lives of Whitby. You will also be finding all that traffic through the middle of the town. So although it sounds good, and we do appreciate the provision, it's in the wrong place. We have really got to look seriously at provision of park and ride in Whitby. It's no longer any good to think, oh, we're going to manage, we'll do this, we've got plenty of car park spaces. The impact on residents, quite frankly, is enough. And we have got to that point where enough is enough. And I do seriously think we need to look at alternative provision. So I'll get to my question now. I've even wrote it down, which is something I never normally do. However, my question to everyone here is, given that the Overspill Park and Ride currently in operation on Green Lane, and the impact that this will have in the busier weeks of the season, on top of the complete disruption already being experienced, on both the number of cars that will have to travel through the town to access it, and the residents living in the town, will this committee investigate the viability of placing a second park and ride on the east side of Whitby? located next to the industrial estate, it would make much more sense, councillors. It truly would. And if you'll just bear with me, Councillor Collins, just to add on the back of all that, we're hoping to see the endeavour come back into Whitby in 2028 if that work is successful. Believe me, the town will not be able to cope with the volume of traffic. So please, I'll leave it at that.
Thank you for your question. And I have a response from you from our parking team, and I will read it and I will speak into it. The development of the maritime of end-level walk was accepted after full consultation with key stakeholders. The closure of end-level walk in Whitby was always going to have an impact during the main term of the season, and we have put additional arrangements in place to try and mitigate this impact as much as possible. It is envisaged that some of the loss of parking space will be absorbed by the other Whitby car parks, such as Marina Front and back. But equally other car parks as well, although it is accepted that they cannot take all of the displacement. In 2018, the then Scarborough Council was faced with a similar closure and set a shuttle bus to run from the car park at Abbey Headland and transported passengers from there to Langbourne, and usually record showed be successful. We have therefore decided to run that operation again during the historic season to help mitigate the loss of the car park. It is envisaged that people travelling into Whitby from the west and south A171 and A169 will probably get to the Whitby Park and ride on the Scarborough Road, while those travelling along the coast from say Scarborough along the A171 will use their Abbey Headland shuttle bus. It is anticipated that this service will adequately provide coverage during the closure of the Endeavour Wharf, and there are no plans to extend it further, but the usage of both sites will be closely monitored throughout the season. That's the same with parking. If you have a supplementary question, you should wish to ask it, Councillor.
But I'm going to say something here. It's not good enough. We appreciate this extra provision, but this is a permanent problem that Whitby are suffering. The residents' lives are impacted horrendously, and it's got to stop. We are embracing tourism, but there is a big price to pay for that, and the residents shouldn't be the ones that are picking it up all the time. And I'll further add on to that. With the park and ride, it would be extremely helpful if residents were allowed to access that park and ride. It's been done in the past. I implemented it myself. There's no reason why the residents cannot access that they don't have to move their cars from up to easy. Thank you, Councillor.
So we take your question to the table, the committee could discuss them, but I can just take sense of the committee. Would you like to add this to our work programme and a review of that? I just have a thumbs up. Councillor Trump, we're not discussing it, it's just would you like to look at this in more detail? Is that the yes? That is fabulous. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. Councillor Wilding, would you like to consultate? Thank you.
Thank you everybody for allowing me to come. Before start, can I just offer my sincere condolences to the Council Jefferson. If there's any support I could give you, Janet, in the future, please don't hesitate to contact me. I mean that sincerely. I'll go straight to my question. I won't give any background information. Quite straightforward. Can you please give an update of the situation with the police in Whitby? And also to the council long-term plan to facilitate access to the beaches and beaches for residents and visitors.
Thank you, the structured options report on the project has now been completed and recommends a number of different decommissioning possibilities. A report is due to be taken to the executive on the 15th of July to consider which is the best option to pursue. The offer to the recommendation in that report is to infill the shaft with a foamed concrete or similar and retain the tunnel section as a storage space following the removal of the existing internal finishes, flat and cladding. However, a briefing meeting has been arranged prior to the executive to discuss the options and implications with local members. The question around the future of the bus service will be the subject of public consultation, which will be launched over the summer, and this too will be discussed at the member briefing. A high-level plan is that the results of the consultation will be reported back to the executive prior to the decision being made on the future of the service. The intention is to bring that decision forward before the end of the calendar year. And then I follow up question.
Right, just one question. So is the lift being removed and not being replaced? I hear what you just said, but the lift has been out of action since around about 2018. And that is an absolutely valuable asset to the town of Whitby and to the residents, particularly the residents. So we want to see that lift returned.
I can only repeat what it said here. Has now been completed and recommends a number of different decommissioning possibilities. So it's, I'm sorry, Councillor Trump, but the Constitution says we just take questions and the answers. I mean, that was a joke about, I'm sorry. However, members can choose to pick that up in the work plan if they wish. So it reads to me decommissioning, but further information will be available. I am not sure what the procedure is, but can I suggest that our council officers have a meeting with Whitby Town Council? It's the Constitution,
This is supposed to come to this committee first, or the report is supposed to come to this committee first. I think the different officer involved respond. He stated that he would bring this report to this committee before it went to the executive. So I feel like we've been sidelined on this project.
Okay.
I think it's disappointing.
We'll take that back and we'll see if we can arrange. It won't be a public meeting, but a briefing. Linda, I'd like to suggest if we ask council officers to engage with Whitby Town Council and give you further details. Thank you very much for bringing that on forward. Thanks so much for the point of order. And then a question from Andrew Watson, who can't be here today. So I'm going to read this question and then St John has the answer. I don't listen to me. So this is on, I believe, homeschool transport. Yes. Firstly, I'd like to apologise for not being able to attend in person today. I would, however, like to bring to your attention the difficulties that are faced by myself and numerous other families in the Upper Esk Valley, near Whitby and across North Yorkshire. On 23rd of May 2025, we received an email to confirm that our daughter will not be eligible for school transport to her catchment school, which is Whitby School. We've heard rumours that Whitby School will be providing transport, however, this has not been confirmed. Therefore, we are left in limbo deciding whether or not to apply for a place on the bus that currently travels from our village. These spaces are allocated on a first come first served basis, so this decision is time sensitive. Even though the current year 7 local authority projected intake has been noted as a high intake and should have a positive impact on the school budget in the first April Whitby School Governors meeting, the intake applications were submitted at times of uncertainty on school transport and before the realisation of the impact on families across the Upper Esk Valley and North Yorkshire. If all children living in the Upper Esk Valley were to follow the new policy and attend their nearest school rather than their catchment school, then the loss of budget to Whitby School, which is clearly a point of concern, would run to millions of pounds in the next 5 years. This therefore has a negative impact on the school. The solution that has been suggested is that Whitby School fund a bus for the affected children, but that will also have a negative financial impact on the school, but with the aforementioned predicted losses, it seems that they would have a choice. My question today is, as the motion to bring back the policy which would ensure that transport is provided to a child's nearest school and catchment school was voted against, what steps will the council take to mitigate the negative financial impact of the change in policy to Whitby School in particular, and in general to other coastal and county border schools which transport policy has affected? Thank you. And St John, to read the response.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. So I'm now seek a response from the children and young people service. Whilst the local authority has an oversight and monitoring role in relation to maintained schools, there has been a long-established arrangement for schools to have autonomy in managing their own resources, including budgets and staff, rather than being managed centrally by the local authority. This is known as the local management of schools. School funding is delegated to schools, and the governing body of the school will make decisions about how they spend that funding. In this context, each school will make local decisions relevant to their circumstances to manage within legal frameworks and policies that are enforced from central and local governments. We note that 193 pupils were allocated to Whitby School on National Offer Day for a Year 7 intake from September 2025. This compares to 194 pupils allocated at the same point for September 2024. Thank you to writing to the committee on this issue.
Obviously, Mr. Watson is here to do his follow-up question, but thank you. We will, as I said, take Councillor Stewart's question when we get to the representative text. So we're now on to item 8, which is Scarborough Sports Solution 3D pitch update, and we're delighted to allow the Assistant Director of Production Leisure who will talk us through. Can you just Councillor
I'm sorry to point it, we've been sidelined regarding Clifford. The report was supposed to come to the meeting, but members of the I think we need to ask that officer to come before it goes to the executive to speak to this committee.
And then this is that we were getting some information. Yeah, noted. And
I think it's disrespectful of these our members, especially Whitby members.
and I think
We've not been kept informed about the decision that's been made.
we do all agree with you, and we will get you to come and assess this. But as I said, it cannot be in public meeting because we do not have a scheduled area committee meeting. Thank you. Before I go to speak, can you just say about thank you for all the effort you put in, all the time you've taken to keep us all updated, and clearly things have moved on considerably since the news broke, and I hope we are all in violent agreement about the way forward with this. But again, we really appreciate your time and coming to update us further so that everybody is aware of where we are. Thank you very much.
St John, I think you're working slides.
Yep, and they're on display now. I can't do that, but they show full size on the live stream.
Part of the Scarborough Sports Village. It's owned by the council, it's managed by the rec of the council. It is the home of all clubs, a number of users of that pitch, but it is also, as we know, around Scarborough Athletic, we play in football National League. Now, what else we know is that unfortunately that pitch is failing. You went through its pitch inspection last year. It did retain its feeder status last year, but only after plans of work at that point. So the pitch inspection therefore needs to be resurfaced. Now that's ahead of time. The pitch went down in 2017, so it's failed prematurely, about 10 years plus out of the pitch. But we were taking steps to progress a project to resurface the pitch, and that was scheduled to be the end of the last couple of seasons and so around about now. As part of that programme, as part of that project, we need to look at invasive pitch surveys and investigation surveys, because some of the earlier surveys prior to Christmas had built some concerns about ground stability on the pitch, and those surveys undertook more severe position than we were expecting, particularly in terms of the stability issues in relation to the Yorkshire water sewer and the boiler and the drainage system. then spent a considerable amount of time trying to assess the implications of that, the technical solutions, the cost of timescales, and what might be the solution. Because we were no longer talking about simple pitch resurfacing, we were talking about major structural work. So, construction defects. So the, as many of you will know, the pitch was thrown down in 2017 as part of the sports village development. There were a lot of contractors involved, and obviously various warranties that are still in place in relation to that. We have made initial contact, ongoing positive contact. We've shared information with them, and we are continuing those discussions to find a resolution to the issues that have been identified. For those of you that like a bit of technical detail, the preferred technical option in relation to the basically the drainage and the issue to use. So there's some kind of geogrid that goes on, and then the surface top of that. Now, potentially, if that's got a complex program and the civil's working through it, so generally we've got sort of 44 weeks for that sort of program. However, since actually I wrote this presentation, we've done further work, so there will be direct rewards available in the event that it is the council that does it. And then reduce that significantly. So we're probably 6 months ago. It's also worth noting that actually the surface that we go down will be a higher quality pitch. It will be a ground that's been put on there at the moment. That's required at the level of Scarborough athletic outlay, which is higher than when then they require to the quality These are some implications in terms of community use, a higher quality pitch. Yes, less community use. But community use will be retained, and we are prioritising the significant use in terms of particularly around Scarborough ladies, disability youth use as well. So there will remain community use on that. Now, there has been wide concern and publicity around Scarborough. But as many of you know, Scarborough around the majority of their sales to be so therefore it's been on the pitch and around the is a significant idea of them. Know that because of the extent of the works that Scarborough obviously able to play on pitch of them, these in fact there can be no competitive play on that on the pitch, so the community use can continue for the time being. And again, it's been widely publicised and Scarborough Athletic and entered into a so we can. But we know, although these various Scarborough Athletic are impacted by this, Scarborough ladies in particular, differences in the union teams as well. So we are looking to make effective use of the other facilities. The same thing as a very well used facility anyway, so there's not huge amounts of spare capacity. We are doing our best and lessen the impact through this period. It's also worth noting that obviously that pitch generates revenue, part of the business model for Scarborough Village. So there are some financial ongoing revenue, financial implications for as well as there's also issues in relation to the football foundation they provided, and we filed with the construction of the land house over the 2 years. So next steps then, and obviously we've moved on and done as Chair advised, a considerable amount of taking place with this, and considerable amount of dialogue and others. A considerable amount of work on has taken place. So the current position is that the council has given a public commitment to resolve the issues that have been uncovered. Scarborough Sports Village pitch is a council owned asset. It is part of the Scarborough Sports Village. A public commitment has been given. Now, the executive meets later this month on the 17th of June, and in essence, the recommendations there are to ensure continuity of community. So the overall aim, obviously, everybody wants to deliver a solution which minimises the amount of time and action that for everybody. The backstop position is that this will be resolved before the end of the next football season, hopefully before, if we can. But that commitment is that this is a one season issue, and at that point, the next year, the first come back on that, other side, hopefully before. So the recommendations in the executive are that obviously the council commits to ensuring that those effects are remedied and the continuing service during the 25-26 football season. In relation to how that happens, obviously we need to continue our dialogue with the regional contractors, and we hope that a suitable remediation arrangement can be achieved through those discussions. However, the backstop position is, in the event that that is not possible, in a timely manner, council gives a commitment to undertake the work to remedy the effects and resurface the pitch as required to ensure that play can continue for the next football season. Now, in addition to that, obviously, all legal remedies will be pursued in relation to that. And then the final recommendations we talked about is that which is replaced with that high quality service is better treatment. And I appreciate this is a matter which is of considerable level of concern, so I'm happy to take it.
Thank you. Can I just clarify for everybody listening? The executive of North Yorkshire Council is the final decision-making body. It will accept the recommendations from our officers, and it will meet here in this town hall on the 17th of June. So members of the public who are in the gallery who would like to observe that meeting, again, you're very welcome to attend that meeting too. Thank you very much. And I have two councillors who indicated that we should see Councillor Ritchie first.
Thank you, Chair. I reiterate that there's a declaration for non-pecuniary interest in as much as I am a season ticket holder in the club. And I suspect, like most fans, up until almost 7 weeks ago, the story about 7 or 8 weeks ago, now, a couple of months. The only question on most of our minds will have been when do season ticket sales go on, when do they go on sale again? And trying to predict the calendar clashes and that kind of thing. So I was as shocked as every other fan when they heard when this story broke. I have to say, I was really pleased to the point of being impressed by the response from North Yorkshire Council. I thought that the executive moved really quickly to reassure people that this was a problem which was going to be resolved. In fact, it's hard to imagine, isn't it, how the executive, how the council could have responded any quicker, given the complexity of the issues in which we were faced. Although that is the Scarborough Athletic is the immediate concern, it is about the ancillary use as well, the community use as well. And I don't think we can separate this issue, the use of Scarborough football grounds pitch, with the potential of a lot of the facilities, Robbie Hall's facilities at Raincliffe Skill, and how that might impact on community use. And I wonder, Joe, whether you might say just a little bit more about community use of that facility. What kind of guarantees can we put in place to ensure that the community does have access to, whether it be at Scarborough or other areas of the town, And maybe, whether you think, the issue of the possible replacement of the facility, lady in South Robbie Hawk's football academies up there, can they be completely separated? Or do you think there might be joint issues?
That's Richard, and I think it's a really important point about the community use, because although a lot, understandably, a lot of the focus has been on Scarborough Athletic, this is a really important community facility as well. It's not the only community facility, the key other facility within the area, within Scarborough, is the pitch at Pinder, which is extremely well used and is used for match play and football development by a whole range of local teams. We also have a community use pitch in Whitby as well, in Estelle School, which again provides an important community facility across the whole area. Now those are the 3G facilities. In addition to that, obviously we have a myriad of grass pitches, of indoor facilities as well across the area covered by this community. So community provision is really important. Now we do strategically as planning for leisure something called playing pitch strategy, which is definitely for all of the pitch-based sports, which is definitely you can't give supply and demand and needs and whether or not you've got a deficit. Now, the last time the playing pitch strategy for this area was discovered for a council, but it's not that old. And at that point, we had sufficient 3G facilities in the area for our requirements. Now, that playing pitch strategy is being refreshed across the county, but includes this area as well. So if there is a deficit in terms of provision for pitch-based boards, whether that's 3G or grass pitches or others, then that will be something that will be picked up in the playing pitch strategy. So obviously we can assess that. In the short term, obviously the priority is to maintain that community use across all of the facilities and to support the communities, but obviously in order to be able to continue the really valuable work that they do to promote, this activity and sport across the area.
Okay, it's worth noting, members, that in our meeting on September 19, coming up this year, we have strategic leisure review and playing pitch strategy updates. The map is the head of development active multi-option plans, so that relies very much on our plan and our radar to ensure that all our residents have access to clean pitches if they require them. Thank you for your question, Councillor Richard. Councillor Moore.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the report. First, I'd like to place on record my disappointment that members first learned about this from fans several weeks ago and not by officers. And this was following a statement that was produced by the board. So my first question would really be focused on why we as members are informed. I understand Councillor Myers was informed, but I as division councillor wasn't informed of the act. And I thought that was unsatisfactory and disappointing. Saying that, on Wednesday, I had the privilege of attending an open meeting hosted by Scarborough Athletic Chairman Trevor Bull. It was a powerful evening with around 250 concerned committee fans in attendance, fans who care deeply about the club and the community. Fans were presented with an honest and thorough overview of the current challenges facing Scarborough Athletic. It was clear that the situation is serious. But what was even clearer was the strength, the resilience and unity of those in the room. The temporary ground share deal with Bridlington Town was explained. One that hinges on crucial upgrades to their facilities. I understand they're a grade 4 and it needs to be up to a grade 2. With the backing of the Football Foundation and the support of Locality Council, they are on track to meet that key deadline of 31st of July. And I think that in itself is no small thing. But what struck me most was the spirit of the people I spoke to and the fans. Listening to them, you can hear they have real pressing concerns. But I heard offers of help of individuals stepping forward to give their time and expertise, free of charge. There were professionals there, including one fan of the accountant, offering advice and support. there was disabled supporters sharing their concerns about accessibility at Brig, and these were also addressed. I have a draft travel plan already being developed.
So, have you got a question?
But I think it has to be acknowledged how important this matter is to the fans and to Scarborough. There's a generous, inspiring donation from the Bunny Bar Sea Dog, and I'd like to go and make sure that the committee is aware of that. And the chairman's appeal to sponsors, asking them to stick with the club rather than sort of switching from reports to Scarborough Athletics motto is no battle, no victory.
Rich,
Yeah,
please.
the question then is this. I'm pleased to see the leader here today, recognising the importance and significance of this. I would like to ask if this committee will place on record our thanks to Bridge Town, who have moved mountains to accommodate Scarborough. That's it.
Thank you. And I will say your last question first, because we can do that. I think we are all really grateful to everybody involved in this. And we've got to give our thanks to John and the team. But I think that the fans of Scarborough Athletic have been outstanding. There were some difficult questions at the beginning, but yes, I would propose that we record a vote of thanks to Bridge Town and commend Scarborough Athletic fans on their response to a very, very difficult situation. We have no agreement for that, please, and we would like to return accordingly. Thank you. And there was a question at the beginning. Joe, could you address that, please?
Yeah, I would say I think that's a fair point, Councillor Moore. In relation to the communication, I would say that obviously it was quite difficult. We wanted to allow the club to address their fans. They did that on the Wednesday evening, and then obviously we update went out on the Thursday morning by 7 months. So actually, the briefing should have gone out before that meeting. So I would accept that.
Thank you. I think we're all in common with emails like that, the way after the full meeting. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Councillor Trumbull.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for giving us support to the committee. So we can discuss it. To start with, I just really want to, is Scarborough Athletic at risk from this from having to move from their ground for the season? And will there be any compensation for them?
So we're in dialogue, constant dialogue with Scarborough Athletic about the implications of this, and I think as I've identified, and I think the Scarborough Athletic have made clear themselves, and it's clearly a financial impact for them in relation to this. And there has been no kind of formal offer. The council has been in relation to the costs in relation to the upgrading of the ground, small amounts in which funds against the Football Foundation. We have no other direct requests currently, however, we've made it clear to the football club that we are open to dialogue with them about anything with the same experience.
Thank you. Councillor Broadbent.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, like all of us here in this chamber, I think that it shows the feeling of Scarborough fans, Scarborough residents over this episode, and I would like to thank everyone concerned that they've moved at 200%, and things are looking good. At the end of it all, we are going to get sort of some improvements to what we have now. My question to the officer is, in this interim period when we miss the season and Scarborough Athletic are playing away from home, will North Yorkshire Council give any subsidies to fans to arrive away from Scarborough, just to sponsor everything down? You know, we need to keep that movement of the fans travelling to Bridlington.
Before you answer, you might have got to older. You are not Simon Carroll, and you cannot be more than 100%. But thank you for your question.
As I said, we are in dialogue with the club, and we have been asked for to have a direct financial subsidy in relation to fans travel. And in actual fact, I believe that the club have got a number of initiatives ongoing, which is right and proper to try and support their plans in to be able to travel to Bridlington. So obviously it's to be hoped that, as Councillor Moore said earlier, with the coming together, that obviously all fans that wish to drive to Bridlington will have the opportunity in order to be able to do that.
And I believe, as Councillor Moore referenced, the Valley Partners a lot of work on providing us something that we can continue with their support for the club. And Councillor Charlotte and Councillor Jack Bonson and then Councillor Charlotte.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to thank you for very comprehensive response I got earlier on from yourselves and Brennan. But what I'd like to ask you was, deterioration in the pitch was noticed last year. Pitch went down in 2017 with a minimum of 10 years plus. 24 to about 6-7 years from to pitch down. And you said later on, you have to now make positive contact with people who have warranties on the pitch. Was any contact made last year regarding the deterioration pitch with people who had warranties on it?
We are in discussions with the contractors in relation to the pitch, and it's probably not helpful to discuss in detail the outcome of those conversations as yet. We are trying to, the thrust of those conversations is to try and conclude the issue as much early as possible. We didn't know the full extent. I mean, obviously we contacted, the remover, not just in relation to the pitch, and we were contacting contracting about various matters in the intervening period. I think what's relevant here is that we weren't aware of the extent of the underlying issues and the issues with the potential defects in terms of the drainage and the underlying ground stability until we did those surveys earlier in the year. Obviously, follow that up and those discussions are continuing. So there was contact with the contractor before, but it's the type of contact now because obviously we are familiar with what the issue is, and it's not just respect the room, it's the issue.
So Jeffels.
Thank you, Chairman. Can I endorse the comments made by colleagues of the extent of the splendid work that Joe and the team have done in progressing this unfortunate situation satisfactorily and speedily as they certainly have. I'm sure it's appreciated by everyone. My question really concerns compensation to the club. About a decade or so ago, the club had to use the ground at Bridlington because of it was the athletics ground facility, and it resulted in their attendances problem considered. Since they moved back to Scarborough, to Wetlands Park, and seen the gates increase very significantly to the level that they were in when Scarborough was in the football league. And the worry is, I declare, that we could see again attendances which will hit them financially. My question here is to ask, and Joe gives every assurance that everything possible will be done to ameliorate the potential financial loss that the club will suffer, and that everything will be done to provide the compensation, because the alternative, because they're thinking about the last thing Scarborough want is to see after over 100 years the town lose its principal football club. If Joe can give us some guidance on that, it would be appreciated.
That's a difficult. I mean, I think positively, and I think publicly, the club have been more positive about their position and also the priority to bring into the support they're offering here. So I think, as I said earlier, we are in ongoing dialogue with the club during this period. We will continue to do that. And when they raise issues where support is required, that will of course be considered. Now, of course, financial compensation benefit is a and that's through the council's processes and potentially might have been members. But I can reassure all members that dialogue is ongoing and is wasn't fixed.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Jefferson, last question.
Actually, very good report. My husband was a very close part of Scarborough, and I have to say that they did look after him really well. He went to every home game. My question really is, we have a time scale of estimate of 4 weeks. Now say before we go to do this in 6 months. If we go to executive in July, or this month actually, are we expecting staff put on the site in July of this year? And if so, if 6 months from that is not the position that we're working on, does that mean that we're probably going to see more the end of this season?
Absolutely all right, and the support says that this can be resolved as quickly as possible. Until the initial discussions with the contractors are concluded, we're not in a position to be able to say exactly when works will start, nor the way in which this will be resolved. What the report is really clear on is that this will be resolved, and the backstop position is this will be resolved by the end of the football season. However, clearly, when these discussions with the contractors, we are hoping that that will provide a positive resolution. However, we do have a backstop position, which we can implement if we need to. Now, we will obviously be in terms of start rates, in terms of the time scale for work, when we're in a position to be able to confirm that, but obviously we're still in a position of that dialogue. I think we're going to we've got your experience up and going to expect you.
Thank you. On behalf of the committee, Joe, thank you again, and your team, and the extensive teams across the council have been involved in bringing this forward at front speed, and we look forward to football returning to start again as soon as possible. Thank you very much indeed. We have, yes. I'm not quite sure of the procedure of this, but item 9 is receiving a petition urging North Council to repair Scarborough's 2G football pitch. Mr. King, the petition organiser, had set this up obviously early in the process, and we're very grateful for him to do that. He's not able to be present today. Are we accepting the petition in person, or we just accepting the petition as accepted? And given the conversation we have had, has any members got anything? Sorry, have any members got anything further to raise on the matter? In which case, Rich,
just a quick comment to recognise it's 3,247 signatures, so that's up. So congratulations to get to that figure. It just shows the depth of feeling.
Absolutely, and we hugely because our thanks to Mr. King for organising that petition, and we're very happy that we've been able to bring some clarity and resolution to the issue. Thank you very much. Can I ask the next presenters to come to the microphone at the end, if that's okay? I think Mr. King, Kennedy will be you first, if that's all right. Are you going to see? Yeah, so let me check the stage in the process.
Yeah. Then move on to
work out the best way to do this. But let's now continue to ask these questions first.
Yeah.
Is that okay? Because there's one right there, so please come see. Although one of you will be responding to that question, won't you?
Yeah, that's fair.
I think you better know the presenting officers. Yes, please.
Sits there, Chair.
We have. Thank you. Don't have shots to go. Councillor Stewart, if you could sit at, that would be fabulous. Thank you very much. And apologies for the slight confusion.
Chair, councillors, and presenters. My question is this. Most reported crime was reduced in 2024-25 compared with the previous year. But while reported title of crime, namely theft, remains stubbornly high, 1,523 reported incidents. For Scarborough and Whitby, what are specifically the types of crimes that have been reported as theft? Is there any evidence that theft in Scarborough and Whitby is linked to organised crime? And what measures will be taken to reduce the scourge that has seen no noticeable improvements in students?
Thank you for your question. Superintendent Johnson.
Well, I think I'll just introduce myself for the benefit of people that might not know me. My name is Superintendent Rachel Ward, and I'm the Senior Operations Commander in charge of the Scarborough coastal area. I also live in the town and have done for years, so it is my vested interest to make sure that we deliver a safe service. Just before I answer the question, I just need to point out that I'm on call as a firearms commander, so I'm really sorry if my phone rings at all. But let's begin to happen while I'm here. So in relation to theft, the reason for the rise, because when you look at the crime types, theft is broken down into many different categories. So that can range from someone stealing a bicycle, up to shoplifting, it can be theft by employees. So that theft heading and that rise, there are many different categories within the category of theft. But the reason for the rise in theft figures, which reflects the national trend, is the rise in retail crime. So we see the crime effects changing. So for instance, burglary dwellings, it isn't a crime that's common nowadays, because when you think about burglary of a home years ago, people would steal your television, your CD players, things like that. Nowadays, with digital streaming, people don't keep cash lying around in their homes anymore. Crime types will change in line with how difficult it is to commit. Everybody's got ring doorbells and CCTVs. And what you find is crime types will change by the very nature of society and what's relevant. So what you find is retail crime is an easier crime to commit than say burglary. So that explains nationally why we're going to rise in retail crime. Now we have done so much work with our retail to reproduce. You all probably know Steve Ronda, but the people here doesn't know Steve Ronda. He is our dedicated retail crime officer for the Coastal Command. And Steve does the most amazing job. I mean, I'm very proud of our detection rate in the coastal area, which, shall I say, is nationally the best in the country. So our town has a really high detection rate. But one of the reasons for that is because we have an extremely high detection rate for shop theft. And that is, and I'm not going to take credit, because it is the work that Steve does. And part of the work that Steve does, because we've got such a high detection rate for it, I think it's 57%, which is huge. I just can't figure how proud I am of that. What that is doing is increasing the confidence of our retailers to report more crime. So where you might have a couple of years ago, a lot of the time shops having low confidence in the police and thinking, well, nothing's going to happen, no one's going to get prosecuted, what's the point? Through the work that Steve's been doing, we're having far more reports, but we're also catching more people. So although you might look at that and think, goodness, we've got a theft problem, we have got the same retail crime problem that everywhere has nationally, but we're doing more about it. Do we have organised crime on the coast? Everywhere has organised crime on the coast. So what we sometimes find is we'll get teams of shoplifters that will come from, other parts of the country and organise trolley dashes, or they'll go around certain premises where, they might hit certain shops and then travel around. But we do arrest them. So for the most recent example, May is arrested in London, 3 travelling criminals who'd stolen from a supermarket in our area, who once found a Met Police, West Midlands Police, and North Yorkshire for high value thefts. but should be were arrested and dealt with. But it isn't particular to the coast and the theft issue. This is a national issue, and we are doing lots and lots of everything.
Thank you. And Councillor Stewart, you have a follow-up question? Should you so wish?
Yeah, well, first of all, I want to recognise the reduction in every other area.
Yeah.
Actually, indeed, so thank you for pointing that out. And also, I think it's actually slightly better. I was looking on page 41 of the report that we have, and I think actually 70% have a positive outcome in 24-25 years. Then you mentioned 57. I think it's actually
Yeah, we get weekly reports and it to it, but
But in actual fact, from those 2 years that you mentioned, from 24-25, went up from 850 the previous year to 957 for Shotland, which was an increase of 13%. So how sure are you that that increase is due to better detection, actually implementing a satisfactory outcome, as you put it? Or how much is actually due to an increase?
I mean, we wouldn't have data on what was your confidence level, but I don't have the data to prove that. It's more anecdotally that we've seen from the work. So, I can't sit here and point towards a survey about confidence levels. Some of it will be to do with increased confidence, most definitely, and I know that because shops that never report to report and now reporting to us. Some of it will be to do with natural increase as well.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Stewart, I know you've got a question to ask, but Superintendent's going to present a report. Let's see a question there. Thank you. Thank you. Question, Councillor Stewart. Superintendent, you're going to present the police element of the report first.
Yeah, that's what the kind of maybe some people have read it, so I'm just going to pick out my exception or dealing with it.
Absolutely not. We should just see how you're going to recognise it.
So we just talked about shop there. One of the other points I want to pick out by exception is people may be concerned to read and really, that's the person who took out the option of perhaps even the context behind this, but I will take the opportunity to explain it now. If people are concerned about Scarborough continues to be the highest relative rates of crime in North Yorkshire, with 82.4 crimes recorded for every 1,000 people, that is because the crime stats taken from the static relevant population. It does not take into account the huge volume of visitors that we get in our visiting population. Because actually, if you took into account, we know sometimes our population can quadruple, can't it, in summer. These crimes are against all of those people as well. So it artificially inflates it because it's talking about static residents. If you took out the crimes accounted for by visitors, be it as offenders or victims, then it would be reassuring. So please don't be concerned about that. If anyone's read that and said about it.
That's a question. Do we benchmark the statistics against other coastal resorts?
Well, we normally do, when we benchmark, we normally do it against most similar forces with similar makeups. But what I have asked for is some further analysis and insight to try and split that down exactly in terms of visitor victims, visitor offenders, so we can just understand it a little bit more. Unfortunately, it wasn't ready in time for today, but
Appreciate that.
It is. We've also talked about burglary being reduced, and I understand the reasons for that. But also, most notably, robbery was reduced, so that was reduced by 59%. Now, just a word of caution for future meetings and crime reports. So, robbery is where violence is either used or threatened in order to steal. So that's what robbery is. And the reason I explain that to everyone is not to be patronising, but sometimes people's houses will be burgled and being robbed. But robbery, what is important for you to understand is it's only counted as robbery if there is violence used or threatened in order to steal. There has been a slight change for future reports with the Home Office counting rule, so that we have to categorise crime very strictly according to rules. And what you'll find is you'll see robbery offences going up because now what they're saying is in relation to shop theft, which we know is high, if somebody they're running out of a shop, maybe barging past the security guard, maybe pushing their arm, or they're going to start categorising that as robbery. So you might see the way that we're counting it is slightly changing from the original definition, so that's just a word of caution. I expect to see the figures go up, but that might be recorded as a different offence, basically. But most definitely, robbery is its true definition right now, has reduced, which is really good. The other thing I just wanted to pick out was around the clinical build work, which all makeup or that's for the book. We'll be using scientific workers and multi-agency together in our clinical build. which is seeing crime with a 17% reduction. There is so much resources that goes in between us and partners, our joint working community impact team. There's certainly a massive reduction in Castle Ward, about 8% of crime. And within the report, you'll see some examples of some really good work that came out there. And I think the rest of the report largely focuses on council figures, which are going to really read out. Just something else I've noticed in terms of the work we're doing around violence against women and girls. We have a tactical plan within Norwich Police for violence against women and girls. And there's lots of really hard work, and certainly safety begging people are there at town hall doing a lot of work in the maximum economy with me and others around tackling those kinds of offences. I think. Antisocial behaviour is a word of note. We have had a reduction in antisocial behaviour. There's lots of joint working that goes on around our feeds and some of the operations that we try to put into place to handle some of the problems in town. I know that will be welcomed by everyone, myself as a resident included. And they were the parts by exception, that would just help what anyone's.
Thank you. I've got City Council, City Council, Dublin first, and Council Chance.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Looking at the stats, for Whitby division was the crime rate quite high. That's Whitby West and Spencer.
Sorry, what page are you looking at?
All of them.
All right, okay.
So I'm just wondering, is the average result in Whitby to cope with this?
Well, the crime is 6% reduction.
Might be a reduction, but it's still relatively high.
High compared to what
The other reduction in Scarborough and Whitby.
But Whitby isn't any higher than, say, Castle. I wouldn't say the crime rate's high in Whitby, but I appreciate you might be concerned about it.
I would say it's higher than some of the other divisions.
But then the population and the crime, it isn't high for a town with its makeup, with a population that has, and a business that has.
But if you look at, I'm just looking at number of the stats and mentioned Whitby West up there.
Yeah. I mean, I know you will see the numbers that big concerned about them, but it isn't unusually high given its makeup of population, visitors, demographics. Crime is not high in Whitby, but I appreciate you're concerned about crime. But if you're concerned about resources, then I'm concerned that we have sufficient resources.
Right, you've got sufficient resources in Whitby.
Yeah. Concerned with the figures that we made, and the continuing staffing levels that we have, which has worked out, last 2 years ago I led on a piece of demand work on the whole North Yorkshire actually around that really went into detail with data on specialist modelling companies that came in to say this is how many officers we need you on duty at these locations, and I'm content that that's the one that we stick to. So, I'm not dismissing your concerns. It's just in terms of that crime stat of what I would expect and what I would not want it to be, but what I would expect it to be. If that makes sense.
So where would you want it to be?
Well, I'd like there to be no crime, but if we're never going to have no crime, I would be.
No. But I mean, it's concerning to me.
Yeah, I mean,
it's just reading about the stats. Well, coastal areas, Whitby and Scarborough are quite high for the investment region, that's correct, isn't it?
Yes, so that's the way forward. Given that Superintendent's been talking about getting information and data on crime committed by or against visitors, that might give a much better feel for underlying crime year round. With that,
I feel like sometimes we don't have enough businesses in Whitby. So that influx of visitors, but it can be very busy in the summer.
we do have another permanent demand. I mean, I was always like, what? I mean, no one's going to come to me and say, do you want more officers? I'm going to say, no, I will take every result I can. But we meet the minimum requirements. I'd like them to be higher, of course, than the commander. I want it to be higher. But we are meeting our command. We do meet our demand. And when you look at our service level agreements, well, we respond to incidents. If it's an immediate incident, we actually respond within 15 minutes. If it's in the town, 20 minutes if it's rural. We are really good at meeting our SLA. We meet them 80% of the time. So I know it doesn't feel like that, and I get that, and we fund it. But as a commander, I'm not concerned that we have a spike in Whitby that's unusual, have a filter, or that we'll resolve. I don't have that.
Thank you. Thank you for your question, Councillor. Councillor Chance?
It's just a quick observation really on the crimes that last week years by the war. I know that the wars really are the old Scarborough and I, from my own point of view, Danby is showing an increase of 40% and Mulberry 1%. That's not 41% overall, because that is my ward, posting up and running, and I ended up at 11.76 overall. Yeah, I know the damage situation is very much cross-border crime. We are particularly losing quads up there and going over the border.
Yeah.
The other thing is, can we...
Sorry, just before we move on from that, because Operation Alpine, dedicated involvement that come to Whitby from across the force to tackle that very issue. And we do, and it is Cleveland, nominal, sorry, if anyone's from Cleveland, but that is where they're coming from. And we really do have good success rate in some of the disruptions that we've had in terms of arrests and put people to prison. But there's so many different groups that come, you'll put one away and then someone else will bring up. So it is a perennial problem for us in that ward, but it is something that the force actually adopted as a priority, because these usually, like say, contacts overnight, and we do get a good response to that. So just to reassure you, we have recognised that and have funds in place.
Yeah.
We work very closely with Cleveland actually, we've got a really good working relationship with Cleveland Police, and we're very good at sharing information with them. We've got like a joint Teams channel, which might not sound a lot, but you try and get Microsoft Teams across two organisations in the UK. It's amazing. It's like producing a little bit of unicorn, not to get that to happen, but we do have a really good working relationship with Cleveland, and we have it very closely to give you some reassurance.
Yeah, I am reassured because I know the work that was done, and I know the point we started from.
Yes.
The point we're at now.
Yeah.
And I congratulate you on that work. The other question I had was what actually is unallocated?
What great unallocated that.
All the bottom page that
I think it's probably niche systems growing out of the boards. So I think what that means is it's crimes where they haven't actually got much to indicate the number. It's a bit of a normal. Yeah, I would just think about that.
Okay, Councillor Moore?
Switch off. Yeah, thank you for that. Thank you, Chair. The superintendent just said, recently said something about everyone's got ring doorbell. And I think anybody that I speak to within the force will say that they're an excellent resource. But the Safer Streets Fund, which in the past has introduced a scheme whereby certain areas where there's a spike in crime can resource ring doorbells or similar in order to combat that. And last month we had a mini crime spree in weapons and Ramsdale where motorbikes were stolen, and like you said in your report, it's an emerging theme, unfortunately, and thank you for recognising that. So I canvassed residents in the area and said, I think there's a scheme we might be able to look into whereby we could keep ring doorbell kind of things. Would you be into that? Everybody who speaks to saying, yeah, obviously. And talk to the PSEOs and what have you on the ward. Everybody's happy about that until I write to the commissioner, and I get a statement back saying, unfortunately, that's now being pulled. So my question is, getting there, Chair, is there a similar scheme now in place that I may approach in order to procure such a thing for the residents in my area?
Yeah, I can pick that up, Council. We do have each street sector has that timeline. The particular issues that are ongoing in the area, we can try and access them based on ongoing crimes and royalties like this. That's not impossible. It's not good.
behind myself and session, you can't have any risk of things available. It's not a huge pot of money, but there is money available to sign out as well.
Thank you. And Councillor Broderick?
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, can I thank the superintendent on behalf of some of our residents in the North State Ward who emailing saying that they have noticed that recently a large presence of police along the Marlborough Street, Blenheim Terrace, overlooking Marine Drive, where there's a lot of visual drug picking going on. They're very pleased to see that there is a plant down there, and that's to pass that on. Secondly, and lastly, I don't know whether I'm right or I'm wrong, but regarding shoplifting, is there a set amount of a store supervisor or a store security guy detain somebody, and there is less than £200 worth of goods, the police don't get involved? So I did watch a programme where actually they're going to raise that £200, which may give you more work. Thank you.
Yeah, I think what you're referring to is, we have seen previously where we issued fixed penalty notices as opposed to going down the prosecution route for certain offences with certain thresholds, but we've got a new active court disposal scheme now that we're replacing all of that and lots of different ways to do it. So I think what you're probably talking about is an older scheme. Certainly we make an assessment based on who it was. I mean, obviously it's your first offence and it's a juvenile. You're not necessarily going to get arrested, but if you're prolific, you do it all the time, even if it's not going to, I'm not going to keep letting that go, otherwise we'll soon learn, or just have a look at what I'm doing and make it on £200. So I suspect you're probably watching something like that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ritchie?
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to place on record Rachel, my personal gratitude to you and your team, and to Paul and his team in community safety for the outstanding contribution that you guys have made in the Clear Hole Build initiative. I'm certain that part of the success is down to the fact that your officers and Paul's team, they are people who live in the area. They understand the issues that affect local communities and residents. The question is about where how close are we to the end of the clear part of the initiative, and how do we make sure that the hold and build stages of the programme are sustainable, and what more can the council do to be part of the, ensuring that we don't see a return. We're just seeing a reduction of 17% in crime in woodlands. Obviously, you guys and we don't want to see those figures go up, because a particular initiative finishes off on an end date. It needs to be sustainable, I think.
Yeah, can I just say thank you for your feedback? That's really appreciate it. And it's, you know, it's not lost on us or me anyway. How to have work was into it from both teams. But we're going to pull on the next phases because the keys are bleeding then and we move on. So I'll do that. If that's all right. We need to run about the next phases.
Yeah, so in terms of Claire coming to an end, Councillor Richard, so we can't have the stage now where Claire's probably come to an end, we can't sat them in hold at the minute, which is about trying to make sure that kind of vacuum that's being left by the Claire doesn't get refilled. And I think I don't want to speak for officers kind of doing that ground, I think we'll continue to kind of meet Claire's that continue all throughout the project, and for us, time goes on, it becomes part of the job, I suppose, in terms of what we're trying to do. But as we move from kind of holding to build, it's about trying to ensure that young people or vulnerable people in the area got other outlets and they're not getting kind of holding staff that public crime and what we see from. So we have different path projects which we have on start to. We have the important kind of riding cars, which will be a huge community asset, which we're looking to use for a different path project, which is about employability, workability of young people in that area. But it's also, we're also going to utilise it for some other learning as well. to try and put skills down on the road in the area and give people different outlets rather than being nice together. All towards crime. So that's that's part of what the whole building process is doing, and trying to ensure us where we can and where it's possible. And it's not always absolutely possible where we can take services to the community as well. So we're looking at some drop-ins and values there for other issues, such issues, SQs and that we can do. So it's trying to make sure there's still that presence remains, and it's building a community confidence so the community can run with it and take it on as well. So it's not costing, but not support when increased support the community can take it into their contact with organisations on our effort in Gallagher's and Sparks, who do some really fantastic work with communities there. So that's where they look to some really good machine around there, players on stacks and Gallagher's stress. So it's trying to just make sure that we feel confident and continue to report that we are. We have it because we're working for the
You might still feel the or it's not the book straight.
You're not turning off, Jay.
I'm not turning off. I will look with this people then. Thank you for your question. Councillor Squires.
Thank you, Chair. This isn't a question. This is a few comments. Where my area is where I live, surrounded by holiday parks. So when we recently had the parish council assembly, yearly assembly, the people came and very concerned, and I said, well, when you put the place because it isn't. It is, once the summer season comes, it's up to the police, these guys, get people coming away, probably not being with their families 24 hours a day, so they start arguing, they get killed because they've got time to work. So these things escalate, and you probably find that most of the crime that we see is that recently we had a spate of thefts of motorbikes, etc. I can't say thank you enough because whenever I do them, and now because of this assembly, I tried to explain to people that there's no point reporting it to me, council. You need to report it to the place as it's happening when it's happening. Whenever I've run, been acted on immediately. We have a drop in, please come along if we've got a gap or if we want a sandwich free. And they come along, they talk to these people, they reassure them. And what I've seen is a lot of our residents are reporting what they class as little things more. That's what needs to happen so that they feel reassured. But I'm happy with the service level. And as I say, our only issue is we are a tourist town, a tourist area. We are going to get a massive influx. We've just got to deal with it. But we've got to look at the other side, the businesses surviving through this season and this happening. But I thank you for all of it. Thank you.
Thank you. So what area you covered just now?
Bristol, and so it's actually where all the holiday camps are. But I think the holiday camp owners also now are working much more with the police than they've ever done. They are reporting things themselves and trying to be for everyone.
Yeah, and it's a really valid point you raised actually about holiday park. We know that the population is like having a little small town.
Absolutely.
And one of the challenges for us around domestic violence, for instance, is because these people aren't resident honours, we have no idea who's coming in to stay. And the amount of violent domestic we attend from people living in West Yorkshire, they're only here for the weekend. And that puts some additional pressure on us and also spike our crime figures for it. Whereas when they live here, we do work with agencies to reduce it. And so all we can do, we try and do is try and do a lot of training with park staff, which obviously Paul's team and really help with in terms of just education of safeguarding, reporting concerns to us. But it does actually cause us, but you're right to point that out is a challenge for us.
Thank you.
Just to pick up with the one issue you mentioned, Roberta, I can't stress enough to anybody watching or upstairs or watching online. Please report everything to the police. Please don't think it will get better. If you report it to a councillor, they are just going to report it to the community safety team or the police. And there are a number of ways you can contact the police to detail them in the report. But without that data and information, the superintendent can't allocate the resources to address the issues that we all want to see resolved. It's been off, isn't it?
You did, but thank you for making that point. It's really valid. We have just recently launched something called Single Online Home. So now, you know, when people at what you say got home one and I'm like, it felt like, you know, it feels like you're on phone for ages. So with Single Online Home, you just basically go on the website and you fill in a quick report. You know, so it's something that you don't need tenants there and then it's a problem you want to report. It couldn't be easier to do just online.
Councillor Shaw.
First of all, could I express the thanks for the policeman who attended Newry School regarding the parking situation which happens every day. People were very, very thankful the way he dealt with everything. So if you could convey that, I'd be very appreciated. My question is, Steve Norman, we all know him, and he has a real laser focus on his job. So often I've seen a contrast to that when I see policemen walking around, oblivious to what's going on around them, discussing, talking with the other policemen who's walking around. I'm just wondering whether you're doing anything to perhaps distill Steve's approach to policing that particular thing and communicating to other policemen to train them up in the same way, because he obviously gets results. And you obviously appreciate the impact it's having on crime in the area. Is anything wider done with this style of policing compared to others? Thank you.
I think the thing about Steve is Steve's passion is retail crime. Always was actually. We've doing it before we gave him the job to be fair, because that's his passion. And because of that is his dedicated role, he's really able to focus on that. Probably, you know, with the other officers, they're responding to many different crime types. The pressures on the officers around dealing with such variety. It's easier to have a bottle of amount of passion for something when that is your sole role. If that makes sense. But that is his sole focus. Whereas these officers, 1 minute they could be going to the neighbours arguing about the bush growing in over the fence, and the next thing could be going to the death of a child. It's so varied, and their focus is so wide and it's so broad. I mean, it's and there is something about the generational factor. So Steve is older, he's in his 50s. In our generation, work ethics. I'm not trying to criticise your officer, but you've got 18, 19, 20-year-olds now that generation in the police service. It's not the same for them career-wise as it would be. I'm not criticising them. Just trying to explain that Steve's a little bit unique in his position, in his age and his approach, and the fact that he's able to do that because that is his sole role. Does that make sense? But if there's any officer particularly got concerned about maybe dropping a line privately,
Thank you very much.
Can I ask the question then? Have you got succession plan for Steve?
I told Steve yesterday, he can't make like it. So that is my succession plan. I agree we will obviously, we would. Steve not planning on retiring anytime soon. I'm still be there in 20 years' time. But of course, when the moment comes, we will be selecting the right candidate and please for it.
Councillor Jefferson?
All now got time to be present, but you know that Richardson, the congregation, Richardson starts very a working career. I think, into all the backwards and everything. Can't praise Steve Norman's enough, but I think he's not only there detecting shop crime, he looks underneath and knows what other crimes are committed while in connection with shop crime and social behaviour, domestic violence and everything. I think, people's perceptions nowadays on crime, I'm looking at what Councillor Les over there. When we were on the North Yorkshire Police about it, I was the first job of being in charge of retail crime, and people didn't really understand it how much what actually happened and how much people actually took and how organised they were to do it. And I think it was an eye opener for a lot of not the altruism where we lived in Scarborough and in the inhabitants as well. I can say that was actually Scarborough, which is our radio ring, and they do a fantastic job with our citizens, including active state and it's constant because I can't present that we've been going since 1991, and we started our radio in 1995. But one person, David, that was £300 to £400 to fund their fuel division. And we've come a long time since then. And we've got the award of distinction. I think now people are looking at things like that, and I'm looking across the East Council Law, where they suddenly get a property that changes from being maybe something like a travel lodge to a place where people promote them and then move in. And people in the area have never had this before. So they think it's a crime to sit on a wall that you can. And it affects their whole outlook on life, you know, this happens throughout our areas. And I think it's something we do get sick from. And I think the fact that people are prepared to put head above the parapet and report some of these things is bringing to the end. But it's how can we describe the other increase I've noticed, especially in my area. The public space protection orders do wonders again in part of the town. But now, and some people, our chair of the state that should be bought a violence against women. This is when leaving work, and I've taken this with women in town centre, and that's worked really, really well. And we should respect that. But I think the crime now changes, and we get these people, we get people living in. They say that they're unable to be housed. And I won't give Scarborough much, it's a reach project. That brings more reach to my area. Where windows get smashed and one in tourist area, it just look very good. In that one area we still have on windows. It's not your fault. But they are using these people, the couple, and they're going in there, all these people were in the doorways, and I keep going on about it every week. And it's affecting people's lives, sometimes possibly people. That's an even crime in some cases, obviously, crime. And really, I think we've got to just, where some of these initiatives work wonders in some areas, don't work in others. And I think when we put somebody in one of these properties that's a really good dealer, completely changes the whole area. And I think we've got to, we are working, I want to say the bonds to continue. So it's 10 acres work to be each people, not living. And that's sometimes we don't have any sublight on some of our areas. And that's something I think we're very kind of through. But I can't thank you for the work you do. If I report something, I know straight away, like I was involved next month, issue about Mallory, that's straight on Sky area on Castle Road. And we know the perpetrators are. And you deal with them, and I thank you for that. But this is a shop that will be something that we all work on. We have a fantastic radio link. We have lots of people that use the race around the town and chase things with. But Steve is doing a fantastic job. And we're trying to really tell them I'm a shop watch. Always work because we're a self-funding group and you have to be prepared to do that. But I think I can only praise you and thank you for keep pursuing some of these people that are ritual and I don't know how we get around to it.
Thank you, John, and I think we can all kind of work with your anti-theft group. I know you opportunity jumping the work you do, the awards they have, but the partnership working helps across the town and would be a much worse place than that happened. Those can have some committed.
No, I would agree on the work, and you know, I know it's, I mean, all really involved in reach team than I. The challenge we've got is people with complex like things like that are going to do somewhere. They've got to be housed somewhere and the Bottom Giants area, you know, American Council Broadbent area, and we get to be issue because I have complex needs. Possible to say on that.
I can just hope that I'm not rallying people to begin some consider by the weeks we discussed these a lot and you are really brave in encouraging and supporting, which is what we're with those reports. And it was said that it was quite a lot more work because of the additional needs of these people in the properties. But just that specific property you were referring to, we have this issue closing notice on it. So that person can still stay there, they can still get supported. But if anyone else, any of these non-nominals that we feared were exploiting that vulnerable person, and they will be arrested. So but that's all thanks to that the reporting and messages that you are getting through to residents. So working with them, working with the report, we're able to do those actions. So getting to thank you as well for that communicating with residents.
I think it was Sunday that down from the church. But these 3 volumes you can't really like forcing. They're actually resisting. So it's coming out of my concern. It was really like a feel along. But every lot of people that needed us to raise it's all the next 2 parts. But we just go smile about it and something.
Thank you. I've got 2 more, and Councillor Swanwick and then Councillor Pearson. I think you've got to.
Yes, sorry, Chair, I just want to touch on which. I do understand concerns, Councillor McCaskill, the problems with the Castle. I just think the rich works the policy kind of feel clear. Obviously, that is a helping first model where they are working with the more complex individuals. Looking at how we house individuals first, and that helps them work on other issues, whether it's things on involving crime, that. So, but overall, each project has 18 individuals who they're working with. The majority of whom have been very successful, and I think sometimes that gets a little bit lost because when you see the chance that we see in certain properties, what often happens is many kind of really poor individuals demanding a lot of resource and intensive time. But out of that, what we are seeing is that, you know, that's 12 to 15 individuals actually really well benefiting from that home. If they weren't part of each project, they would be likely on the streets. So we'll be getting complaints about people who are still good. So there are challenges that come with each project, absolutely. There are contingency discussed with building meetings and the nitpick of that and how the topics are, because they are dispersed around them. Right, and the Castle does have, a football team that's in central London. They are dispersed across the town, but the majority of those people and the persons who actually work well is unfortunately pretty far on over resource intensive, but that's also the nature of people that are living through it. It's the challenge.
Thank you. And Councillor Bullock.
Thank you, Chair. It's been quite a while since Councillor Trumper spoke, but I am actually coming in to support Councillor Trumper's intention at the beginning of the questions. Councillor Trumper, as Victor will know, is Councillor for Whitby West, and I'm Councillor for Whitby Central. Looking at the statistics, then I think that clearly Councillor Trumper has more to be concerned about, slightly, than I do. But of course, all that is relevant. I do understand that compared with big cities and so on, the crime numbers are very low. But having said that, it is important to understand the cause of them and understand what we can do about them. And I'm particularly referring to the antisocial behaviour reports on page 43, and where it gives a sort of league table of AFP reports per ward. In fact, considering the major sort of urban areas, Scarborough and Whitby, you'd expect to get got. Whitby does feature fairly strongly at the front of the tree there, and that is of concern. And I do take part in the MAPS meetings on a regular basis, so frankly they've been rather erratic recently, with very low-ranking officers attending, chairing them, which has not been very helpful. But I'm hoping that it will now be sorted out with a new sergeant in position. But we have looked at the last year, and these are the figures for the last year, covered the antisocial behaviour concerns from various sources. But one of the main sources seems to be groups of youngsters, young teenagers, disengaged. I try to resist sort of the conclusion that they just need to be moved from one place to the next, because that doesn't actually do a great deal. But these kids are at the age where they're probably too young to go to pubs and clubs and licensed premises. They've got nowhere to go, and so they hang about in places like a train station and so on, to get up the mischief. That's not to say they're sole cause, because obviously we do have a lot of tourists who come to the town and they're equally able to get up the mischief. But this particular group of youngsters, or maybe a changing group of youngsters, is one where I'd like to actually address the problem. And one of the problems is we don't have the diversionary activities that we should do. We did have a youth club in the centre of Whitby called the Youth Shack, which Scarborough Council in its wisdom sold off for a capital receipt, which is now another bar. And the kids have got no central place to go to. I believe there are some peripatetic youth workers in the town, or so the police assure me. Not much evidence of them, but clearly we do need to try and get in touch with these kids to get them involved in positive things that will mean that they don't head off down the road into the criminal justice system. So I'm very keen to look at the ASB reports and youth. And when you look at your figures on when these ASB reports came in, I think it's quite noticeable that quite a lot of them come in between 4 and 8 o'clock. And that suggests to me youngsters coming out of school and the late night crime is not quite so many, interestingly. And it would be interesting to read across from the ward reports to the hours that they were committed. My guess would be that Whitby would see quite a lot in that 4 to 8 slot. And I think we could actually do something about it. But it does need cross-agency work and getting youth workers and the relevant departments in North Yorkshire Council to address this issue.
Are you going to share it?
I think I'm going to share it. So Paul's got some things to say on the, because he just got the crowd youth, as we all know. Just on the point of the time, so to make that point up, the time of the peak demand, police, you call them in, and that goes for crimes, ASB, incident demand. It's just the time of peak demand. It's not necessarily because of who people that schools, but to what they like to put in the Paul's around the
young people are concerned. Scarborough with 5 years ago, as I've asked, that's something I've seen in the trend all the time. It's been a bit of a concern for us. In Scarborough, can we say where we are quite unique with the rest of the county at the moment? We do have our youth max process where young people are coming to attention. We will discuss kind of what diversion activities and what is available for us to offer to them. That we're still trying to bring up the internet world. That's been ongoing discussions for a while, and to bring in a second level coming back on that. But that is something that we want to know a little while, because we generally see it's a smaller group of users what we tend to kind of to know, and it's been dealt with quite locally. In regards to provision, I do agree that's slightly some cross department work that we can do there, and so we can work with our partners in mention to see what is available to be for. Yeah, please do email me after this, because I did get one in that, so authorise some appropriate decision, pretty sure for youth. The version of the signal be, but I can't remember if something else. Please don't email me afterwards, because I'll get a few. Could you email me? Could you email me? Yeah, well, I'm still with you. And I can email the detail, if you email us. But yeah, I do agree. So that is part of what we're doing. I'd be interested in that. I think really we have a discussion with in regards to movement.
Yes, just to confirm that we are looking at what we're doing with Scarborough. We really want to get us with you as well. So we've already commented it needs to look filing. It started with Scarborough, we moved it to use the filing, and we do realise that we can't be missing that approach. So we're keen to get that going ahead. We want to start it in September. My hobby is starting now. We want the schools, especially having a 6 week off. We might we'll get it in London and then have that 6 week gap. So we want to try and do it right. So we'll work on it now and next month, get it ready for September. And we'll be looking at the chairman as well. I really said that he wants us to chair. These kind of meetings, I think it'll be myself or community safety officer or police that'll be chairing the meetings. and everything that these individuals and diversions that we can offer. We have got the partners together already. We've got an event on the 19th of June where we're looking at what diversions we can put in place with the partners and just get that partnership working with our landlord. We have them alone. So that's the plan, that's the next step. So hopefully in September there'll be more expansion of the always people. Thank you, that sounds like an improving news story. Thank you, good question. And Councillor Pearson, you get the last question.
I'm just going to go back to the figures for the rural areas. Capital Transport said about Danby. Well, Danby's an increase, but it didn't have a very high rate anyway. But all the other ones have had an increase, or everyone's had an increase except S Valley, which is a decrease. Do you think the decrease is because of their rural watch, which the police do very well in that area, but they don't do it in other areas? It's certainly not in Farndale, there's nothing there. And I know the rural watch work very hard. The people who actually are on the watch work very hard to try and keep figures down. I'm just wondering whether you think it is that reason the figures are lower.
I mean, I can't say definitively it is, but I would absolutely go with you at how valuable rural watches are, and they do a fantastic job. And I undoubtedly they contribute. I wouldn't put it all down to just that one factor, because sometimes it comes down to, you know, we end up catching more the off-alibi and we also and they go to prison, and then that can account for the reduction. You see what I mean? So I wouldn't like to pin my hat on it being that, but I wholeheartedly agree. And it's something one of the things we work on is, if I could have a rural watch every, you know, an active one like that one, every one I absolutely would, because the value and the intelligence they bring is just fantastic. So anybody that can help with sort of improve that would be very welcome.
Thank you. That's what the confidence of this questions from Council. Really like to thank you for attending. I'm really grateful for your abundance a lot. I'm sure we've got on the next time. We're going to move on to specific details on your report. You're very welcome to stay, but equally, I'm sure you've got a lot of things. So thank you very much for your time. Excuse me. So I suspect that many of the issues that were raised earlier on with the superintendent may be okay, but there is some more information in the next report. So, and I know that I've spoken to Paul Romans, and we have a good list. Thank you for me. Obviously, see you.
Yeah, good morning, Councillor. Everything just going around Paul Owens and CCTV manager of the Village Council. So as I think I referenced at my last ACC that I attended, we've been going into the CCTV review, so that's beautiful. I now have the responsibility, so those of you who've known previously, I have the responsibility now for Scarborough right across the Richmondshire. So it's not just the Scarborough management report, now it's got an operation that we have responsibility for the former Scarborough streets, the former line, the speaking of machine operation on the city, because actually obviously Scarborough right across the Richmondshire. I'm hoping that you'll read the report, so I'm just going to touch on a few things in a minute, really, which highlight the ongoing work that we're doing. But before I can do something, I'd really like to thank Rianne for just the work that Rianne and the community teams down and have done trying on doing excellent work. I want to see the change, something I see a lot of change for us countywide. But the service that we Rianne and the team consistently is really excellent. Scarborough does remain the busiest. You said but we also remain the most resource as well. More resources to reflect the level of need that we have locally. So just to kind of move through the report, like I said, I want to bring everything just to touch on a few local issues. We've got in there the public service protection order, and we have some kind of feedback that it's I think a really positive introduction, which is really nice to hear. I'm still compiling some data to get some exact figures based on things that I used when we brought the case to convening and trying to get some comparative data to look at where we are right now. Without going into the feedback stuff here, but it's good to do on broad and start people feel there's been an improvement. I think just looking at the field, looking around and feel like the same issue in green space in the town centre, which we had previously.
which would obviously be the whole purpose of bringing that hotspot zone in the PSPO. And it doesn't at this time feel like it's been pushed out elsewhere either. Based on data that we get in the OC was, it would always be pushed out, might get pushed out wider, where there wasn't a hotspot area where it would only be enforceable with links like social behaviour. We haven't seen that at this time. We obviously haven't need to one thing to zone, so still work to do on let's do after the PSPO. Touch a little bit on refund social behaviour, which is an ongoing concern across the Forest district. Rachel did touch on Operation Beat, which is an MLP initiative for different partners. That's in regard to intensive patrolling at peak time, we're seeing people coming in, but we also work in the community safety side of the group with military partners where we can. To try and engage with people after that version of activity, we're really close with that very possible we can. And also we're actually doing a piece of work in working with our intervention partners to look at what else we can offer for when young people are coming to know through antisocial behaviour and all level stuff, which is what we really get involved in like really early intervention and prevention stuff that we're doing. We're looking at what we can do with the kind of sit in between. So when young people sometimes surpass their youth match process. And maybe we've done all we can, but they're not yet at a point where maybe justice would leave or work with those young people. Rianne is working with partners really close to try and identify what else we can do, what else we can offer to try and divert young people away from becoming further involved in crime or social behaviour, which is an ongoing challenge, so it has to be said. But we do work really close with our partners, the military sector and schools and local police and like that. And social behaviour is obviously an ongoing issue for us. At Scarborough, we continue to work on. There is data now which will repeat in regards to the amount of cases that we deal with. Communication wise, notices we've given an issue. Scarborough's the only time is across the county the only of districts and community safety that is issuing community section. One is notices, there is some wide training going on county-wide for everybody in county. All this stuff at this moment in time, so obviously utilising the power, we're looking at what other power we can use to make sure that community safety goes down, utilising all the powers available to us. We have mentioned the closure order, the partial closure order that we did on property in Castle Wall, and that's been the third that we've done. Previously in SBC, that wasn't something that we took an awful lot, starting the very short space of time that we've been taking, looking at closure order powers to try and deal with some issues that we've had around customer properties. Unauthorised encampments is mentioned there as well, and we don't believe in that community safety. There is environmental enforcement team who deal with unauthorised encampments, those issues where you see people got with intents. And we had a real issue last year, I'm sure you'll recall, on our fair, where we intend to offer regular. There is ongoing work with that. We do work really closely with enforcement team, and obviously you can see around that we got I know that house quite often there is aware there is one of the issues ongoing. We do continue to work with lots of departments on that. And again, support properties in there, which does we touch on the breach properties. In addition to that, Scarborough, there are a number of other support accommodation properties within Scarborough. So that are commissioned by the house that we will allow some that we aren't, that we don't commission, but that nature of Scarborough in terms of the price of properties in comparison to the rest of the county, that is something that happens, but there are ongoing pieces to work around that as well. I'm going to speak for the partners in housing, but there are ongoing pieces to work around that. Quite often it is responding to our needs and our demand, and we do have a high demand for secondary information down and then also in county, so that most likely it responds to the should be ongoing housing. So ongoing work, the mass meetings and what we achieve across all the meetings that we have continue on a bi-weekly basis across all our areas. We have an excellent partnership approach to the community safety club that continues. We're working together with our partners and working together in the community safety downstairs. And just touching briefly on what we are now doing as well. Well, not now doing, we've always done, but probably we're doing, but putting a little more focus on supporting that line of community safety partnership work that we've been strategic from a company perspective that revolves around our community safety partnership policies, so domestic abuse, preventing and reducing serious violence, and there's a number of pieces of work within that, such as working with the nighttime economy, I might want to touch on some work you've done around serious organised crime, delivering insurance partners. And then the projects that we might look at ongoing, there's been a capital roll out of knife bins, some more successful than others, but have some concerns on also knife bins with regards to the knife bins. But we are looking at relocating that, but there's looking at again, looking at free kits as well, which is we've got an immigrant solution throughout Scarborough. And the Clearwater Bill project, so Scarborough is currently the only area in North Yorkshire with a Clearwater Bill initiative. There may be others that Mr. Cameron moving forward, but could be about the in Scarborough as they go and Clearwater Bills, and a lot of guys to the trail and that area now move through Clare, so we're involved at the moment we are in this bill. That's been a really successful project, and I think we'll continue to do a fantastic community support and do some really excellent work by the Police team and to give a credit and put another community service support and really fantastic the work she's done for the bill. So yeah, it's been that's something we're doing ongoing, a massive kind of thing that we're looking at. And just to touch on CCTV, we've been also see there that we dealt with again increasing number of incidents for CCTV as well. That was a 50 number of incidents year on year. I think it was there. It's but a wider CCTV services subject to review and looking at how it's funded. There has been a few more validated cameras that we're not going to use this year based on the budgetary issues essentially. We'll look at whether we can bring them up in service where we can. But I would say a few schemes of work looking to bring all the cameras into the wider system where we could, so that there wasn't an ongoing budget cost for the data, which is possible going to a yearly fee of the data. So we've put some one cents saved for CCTV to bring into the system to the wider system. We're happy to take any questions. Obviously, the data is on in the report. We're happy to take any questions unless we want to touch anything further.
I think to be honest, it's just obviously the last 12 months it is new, I suppose it's a new job description for us in the community facility. People used to go to farm where we went to myself. So I'll have a difficult time with using office they're not really now. Thank you. And Councillor Phillips, portfolio.
Thank you, Jimmy. Now, I've had the privilege to actually do having visit to our CCTV and been to Harrogate to see their CCTV, which is situated in the conference centre, and it's quite an amazing facility. Very impressive quality video at Scarborough. So, for the criminal fraternity, don't drive around Scarborough because they can pick your number vehicle and show you where you've been the last 24 hours. It was absolutely amazing kit. So, basically, if you walk in a restaurant, everybody can see what you're doing. And I just, one question, how can we share the excellent service that we have here around the rest of the county? Because I'm pretty sure that there are some things that we love to engineer.
It's about across versions. It's nice funded. So the North Yorkshire Council carries the majority of the cost for CCTV. It's obviously statutory to us. Different former districts have different commitments to CCTV. So Scarborough Council have significant commitments to CCTV, as did Hamilton District Council and Fire. So in those areas, what we've got is a better level of service for CCTV. So certain areas of the district, Scarborough has more cameras than anywhere else in the county, and the hit and put it. So the equipment that we have in CCTV is more advanced than anywhere else in the county as well. That's what we have. So that would be a significant amount of investment on time. So really, part of the ongoing review will be looking at how that is financed, because where we can, we do want that to offer across the county. Very much what the enforcement authorities and what our residents can expect and what we get. But we'll also look at what the pressing need is for the cameras as well. So it's not just about we do have to kind of meet the guiding principles of CCTV, so we do have to take on into account when we're looking at where it goes and where trams go. But at the same time, it is becoming increasingly important for the option placed in securing convictions quite within the CCTV's case up securing the conviction. So there are other instructions that need to continue on. Some very clear on the cameras being available in control rooms and well, which again, the great impact. Why is mission powered?
Yeah, I've actually got the right point. It's to me. Very, everything that couldn't part. It's got to be in order to make this information forward. And I don't see the police department commissioner and which police comes to the table with a positive contribution to the continuing of the statutory office.
I believe that's been an ongoing conversation for a number of years. It certainly was at SBC as well, isn't it? Thank you for your question. And Councillor Trumper.
Thank you, Jan. Sorry, I can't asking this question. It's again to the division. But with bus station, is it covered by CCTV?
Yes,
seems to be a lot of issues around with the bus station. Can you explain kind of the action that have been taken to sort that out?
That would be yes, we are aware of recently looked at demonstration behaviour around frustration. We've got a new safety officer and we're working in partnership with the police and other department agencies, got drug and alcohol misuse services such as horizons. And then we are looking at enforcement powers, so it's around using CCTV to identify the individuals that are causing the behaviour. We have identified the 4 or 5 of them, and there have been issues at the first stage in essentially enhancing the ordinance. So that's stage 1, essentially the 3-stage process that we look at. Stage 2 would be more of a community protection warning notice, so that's the early stages of our enforcement. And then you have the actual notice if it continues. And if the community protection warning asks them to stop behaving in a certain way that's causing harassment, alarm, or threat within a certain area. So again, it's not to have a bus station, for example. So if they are still continuing to do that, and make having aware, so you can reach out to me, or we can reach out to Karen Bradford, we can reset the officer, and we can install that initial first stage letter for more formal actions. Thank you. And then I'll get you to back.
Yeah, just that the work that we asked is talking about, that's part of the wider piece of work we call Project Spotlight. She's just bringing it more municipalities together to really focus on that area. So that is something that we're trying to roll out. That's the first time that we're rolling that out in the option. That's something that can be utilized in talent and bring to judgment around different areas there. So it's the first time we're rolling it out in the option. That's that working bus station. What the issue has been now, unfortunately, is that area is one of the best gone viral, for want of a better term, because one individual who was holding her own little party in the bus stop, which gathered quite a bit on TikTok. Then these people couldn't visit the area, so that goes to a little spike search for to work on the camera project spotlight as part of that is important and so on.
Yeah, and that's the last year, but yeah, it seems to be getting out of hand. But actually, being taken up for that will resolve the issue.
Thanks a lot. Can I just ask on it? You've got somebody between me and much needed comfort, right?
Very much sure. I believe the UTC is covered with CCTV, but I also understand that it looks like it's pointing at the ground at the moment. And I don't know if that's been reported, but if it hasn't been reported out, it's a shame because that is the route or the suspected route of the suspects who were stealing motorbikes and mopeds on Weapons Valley Road. So if it is covered by CCTV, can we just make sure that it's pointing in that direction?
It's not, so the UCC is not, there's no kind of evidence Well, usually, historically, so there was, well, that was quite far. Versus. Street, it wasn't UCC, so.
Thank you both of you for attending. Thank you so much for facilitating Superintendent of the Week. She definitely got half the questions. It's all. But our recommendation is to note the annual report from community safety and city thinking. And thank you again for your responsibility for all the new areas that we pass on to the basis. Thank you very much. Nobody's quite a lot of fidgeting with councillors, and councillor and I are going to go and fidget. So we'll just have 5 minutes, please. To bring it. These final acceptance plans on my agenda and decisions that item about how long each item will take. We are as always over time. So I'm apologising for doing this, like so patiently because we are worth it when you get to them, but apologies and thank you for your patience. So coming on to any this to the Chief Exec and just going to update us on the Scarborough Cross Council task case. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I'd just like to give apologies to Rachel Joyce, who unfortunately couldn't be here, but we usually lead this item. She is chair of the Cross Council Task Force, so hopefully next time she'll be here to present. I think she presented in November, didn't she, when this first was raised, so we should be back to the end. I won't go too much into the background of the task force. Next week, you guys have already had that before back in November, but just to remind councillors, the three main priorities for the task group when we were set up was looking at the feel of the town, helping promote, encourage about safety, and supporting vulnerable. And the geography, that's the main intention of the task group, is the town centre, but not exclusive to. We consider stuff that's outside of that as well. When we first met in January as a cross council task force, of which there are many services involved, we looked to identify some quick wins and early actions that can be delivered, and we looked to the scrutiny of the Scarborough programme because it had been working through with the town deal board at the time, and also based on Let's Talk Scarborough feedback, so we felt that was a really good base to start from. And that's why we've looked and have made investment up to 250,000 so far against those scrutiny Scarborough actions. So as quick highlights, we have the large spring clean event. I think over 70 volunteers and obviously I believe Councillor Phillips was also in attendance at that. 28th and 29th of March, I think. Yeah, that's the one. We're looking to do that again. Hopefully in advance of the start of our forces level. We're currently considering a proposal around that. Hopefully that would be around the St. Nicholas Gardens. On that day, it's worth noting that we're litter picking with painting of over 700 metres of railing, and I've been told weeding of 500 square metres of space, but I can really do up in the garden. I think it's quite impressive. So we've got some kitting using funding as well. New litter bins have been installed, planting schemes have been delivered, benches have been refurbished and replaced. We've got new chemicals for cleaning, so then incentive, I'm told, to combat the seagull mess. Town centre caretakers now in place, providing a visible daily presence there. We've got new cleaning equipment in the form of what's called a glutton, which is a big dry back that goes around the town centre, and I'm being so reliably by street colleagues that that's proving very popular with colleagues at the moment. There is an electric street cleaning vehicle on order, which will hopefully should get in before September. There's some longer term improvements as well. There's a character appraisal currently underway. It's going to look to develop a design guide, and that's being worked on. So future development hopefully will be then carried out in line with historic character of Scarborough. So that's good things going on. Permissions are being sought for temporary vinyl wraps and some shop fronts. Sometimes we can be hit and miss depending on the engagement that we get with the shop owners, but that's underway as well. Future gutter cleaning and weed clearance activity will take place outside the bird nesting as well. And we're currently developing a bid to get some more tree removal equipment as well for the team. So this is, in addition to the activities and the work that the service already does. Alongside this, some money was put in to develop the Scarborough Pacific Pride campaign, which hopefully members have seen. Includes signage around the town, some barbecue vehicles and things like that. Promoted it through media channels, and effectively to try and wrap around some of this activity and promote that sort of civic pride engagement and businesses around the type of activity that we're wanting to do. Stakeholder engagement newsletters have been developed, of which are appended to the report. So I believe Rachel Sin's been around to the committee.
With regard to community secretary activity, I feel like community secretaries had a good go over to that, so I couldn't sort of be too much detail, but there's someone here that would follow that. But what I would say is, along with the community that being safer and supporting the vulnerable, we're currently looking at a proposal between public health and community safety colleagues about whether we could do some enhanced support around sort of 20 known individual women who want to be even more.
So that was linking to your not in operation culture within community safety reform. That priority is looking at how we support and engage with those engaged in street thinking in the town centre, and social behaviour, operation culture. The culture is more kind of, it's more into enforcement engagement and referrals. Whereas what we're looking at with public health, so there is a several pilot projects with the North Yorkshire outreach, working with public health colleagues to really target. I think we can do 17 to 20 individuals who are very vulnerable in community safety within the town centre. It's an outreach programme for target those people looking into substance use, alcohol. That is hopefully person.
Right, well, I think the only other thing I'll add is what I've noticed since we've started this task force really monthly at the moment is there's a real good sense amongst all the officers involved across all the services. There's some really good collaborative working taking place. And there's a good space to actually be lots of energy around trying to get at some of these issues and challenges, which is really encouraging. We're getting a lot of good feedback from staff involved. My role is just the support rate and coordination and putting together, but it's really good to see. We're now trying to do the meetings thematically moving forward. So at the last meeting, which was just after I wrote this report, we had a sort of focus around preparing ahead of the cure season, which actually led by the chief executive. Each service going through the type of activities and challenges we've got, and just see where we could, between the different services involved, deliver some improvements before the season starts. And that's it from me. More can take questions, and also just to throw some issues into the mix that will be looked at. Or similarly, my email is available to my afterwards. Please do.
June is supposed to start the day, is that the day when it tends to be working?
Yes, it is, yes.
I don't think I'm on to the people always around. Put that relationship. I've got enough weeks. Probably weeks, 2 weeks pitch. And secondly, you said that, as always, the focus of this work is the areas that need it most, which is the Shallow Seven's Castle. But you said you're open to suggestions for areas outside, because I need to check again, but I've been promised the lampposts on Fosbury Road are going to be painted for about 10 years now, and they're still not. And I think there's a general, I absolutely accept that the work that we need to do in the centre of town, but it does pervade across the rest of town as well. And then my final question, the 20 individuals you talked about, and we've had this before as well, are they responsible for a significant percentage of the issues that we have?
Yeah, so we looked at those who coming to attention most often from a community safety from this point of view, through antisocial behaviour, and that we know has been to issues around alcohol or substance misuse. So that's the purpose. Because we're looking at public health, it was really targeted intervention of those people on the streets through like a going on to them. Rather than waiting for them to come to services, he's going on to them, taking the approach to them to try and get hope and positive engagement in that issues.
So I've got the questions. Anybody got anything? Councillor Broadbent.
Yes, thank you, Jeff. Yeah, I recall this time last year. I think I brought it up with Paul. It's good to that time of the year where all these young kids go to have a prom and let their hair down, and that's when my email starts, especially on the North Bay when they all go down their heads, glass everywhere, and we're all, in the mother's head. Is there, do you sort of make any future plans for proms? Do you say to the schools, come on now, keep it down, no more than 16 in a gang or whatever? Okay.
My sort of situation, the only report we tend to happen from the North Bay, obviously once a year, but it's something we can look at, linking with police cover, we can potentially look at additional patrols in an area at that time, for planning that, when they're ongoing, because, you know, we are very much new people, we do things around, fairs and time, and put things in place, but there has to be a body of evidence to produce that, so we have to have evidence of, like, there's cause significant concern, if, of a, what it kind of criminal nature, I suppose. That's what really would be fair. I think that doing some services in place, but yeah, why we evidence the fact that the need for that, which I don't think we can not do. But that's not to say that we wouldn't look at neighbouring police calls, look at additional patrol and at those times, but let's take it somewhere.
I think wrong with our spirits is that.
No, I think a lot of some concerns tend to be linked to other concerns that have been raised around plans in place then.
Yeah, just what spirits they are.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
I would just add to that, I think young people pops up quite a lot in the pastoral discussions, might not be beyond community safety as well. I think it will probably be a future thematic area that starts group looks at work because you've got bodies and children and young people services and localities, things like that who have raised, issues that are us. I think we could do some more.
Thank you. Councillor Jeffers.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. An encouraging report. I would like to see us being a little bit more ambitious. I think we do need to see an enhancement of the tax in terms of its whole image, better floral displays, and make it a much more friendly place and a welcoming place. I realise that the ability with the budget, I think it's got £250,000, which sounds a lot of money, but when you do the camp work, and of course it doesn't go very far. I think we have to look upon it as an investment in the town centre from its tourist point of view, in shopping as well, and in bringing new investment into the town. Fortunately, we are seeing one or two of our long-standing shops that have been in it for a while. There's progress being there, but there is a significant leakage of shopping spending going to low and rates, and the ability to bring that back into the I'm sure that there's no shortage of ideas that could be brought forward, but somebody's got to be immediately. And perhaps we could make use of the Mayor's Fund, the Future Mayor's Fund, and already the International Lottery, bearing in mind that we are a heritage town, and we need business partners as well, because everybody's interest, and we heard a lot from the police and headquarters crime figures and so on. I think we've got a good environment. It is going to be beneficial in helping to fight crime, because people are living in a good environment can have a psychological, as indeed the contrary can be true. It's a place where there's a lot of rubbish, and so on, vigorous disregard in the other stuff. I'm concerned about the amount of vegetation that is growing in the secondary towns, secondary town streets, and I love the little machines being running on the path, certainly. But I think if we can explore other opportunities with bringing more, I'm sure the memories will be certainly positive. And hopefully it's significant the influential that needs to bring about aspiration. Thank you.
Thank you. Before you start, Joe, just remind you that Scarborough is a bit at 20 million pounds. And I am a representative of the partnership board. If you remember a while ago, we did the Let's Rock Scarborough consultation, and absolutely Councillor Jeffers, the issue you realise about general grubbiness and people not feeling today have come up rather clear. Due to the change of government, I'm not being political people, that was delayed. We had to submit our plans towards the end of the year. This money was secured in advance to address some of those issues. There will hopefully be more money once the partnership board has established what its first activities are going to be, and we can submit those plans. I think it's October. Joe, but there's been something there.
It's easy when the chair answers my question. That's about, thank you, Chair. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, funding is always a challenge. We know the challenge is the local government at the moment, and what the Queen said, that there's complaints of spending communities, what you can think about the funds as well. But I think that funding will soon come in, and this was that funding. The funding that we've invested in this was to do some activity in advance of receipt of that funding. And there are plenty of ideas going around at the moment that we can look into later. I mentioned earlier that one of the big put forward for some chewing gum removal equipment is to keep Britain sliding part that's gone around actually. And we're always looking at other bits to identify sort of bid into as well. So completely. Thank you.
Councillor
Thank you, Chair. So can we have a large scale spring cleaning time for Scarborough Square Centenary, which happens to be next year, in case you know where 2026 see Scarborough celebrate that. Another question would be, and this would be a question perhaps the Chair might have already alluded to, is with regards to the plan for neighbourhoods and how funding streams might be met to provide for the new Quaker Centenary. It concerns me that plans may be submitted by around October, and that would mean it would only be a matter of weeks away from day one of 2026.
I'll take the last one. The money from government will not be released till March 2026. I think we discussed this at the last area committee meeting. That is just a function that changes the national government priorities. We will submit our plans. I don't think will be particularly very different in terms of this issue, although you will understand that the neighbourhood plan now includes things like health and wellbeing and transport, which were not in there before. So the short answer is there will not be any money released before March 2020. And I'll let you take it on, Joe.
Yeah, I'll take that away and beat that back. But streets and colleagues who are leading on the proposal of developing they're quite ambitious to do more of this, and that's something that we can see.
Thank you, Jim. I joined Councillor Jim Surveillance to the Locality report, but I also think that we have to be realistic because I'm taking the portfolio of 2018 for that, like the year, and having all the consultation of that. I think we're only now beginning to actually grasp what came out of the consultation about it. I think we have to be understanding that we have a new town council, and we have to make sure that what we do with partners and friends, because they have responsibilities for their residents here, and we need to make sure we are fully engaged with them. And I'm sure that they're going to be constructive colleagues in discussions going forward, and I look forward to seeing that relationship deepen, because they're the ones that are going to be able to maybe raise that little bit of extra money that will help the town centre improve. So it's going to be a big step to get the town centre looking better, but we have to start somewhere. Thank you.
Then just add to that comment, going to do Project Sunshine 1 and Project Sunshine 2. We do all this work, it looks lovely when we want it. What is really essential is the ongoing commitment of the local council to maintain the looking lovely. So lots of initiatives, but the underlying maintenance needs to be right. And I really welcome the, you call it glutton, You can't find this. And also the children machine, because it's an ongoing issue for all of us. Did you want to ask something, Jane?
Well, just on that, I think actually that due to be a naming competition, strictly shoes. Actually, some strictly was also that's around the engagement. But yes, those bits of equipment are in. As Councillor Phillips alluded to, you know, budgets are always challenging, have to be realistic, but some of the actual activity in this, you know, it will be time limited to a degree, and it will be reviewed as to its effectiveness and value for money. But it's being invested in now, and that equipment is in, and for us to use.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Charlotte and Councillor Trumper.
Thank you. I think there's been a really improvement in the centre. The shops are filling up, mostly because of moving agricultural, which is good for the high street, and that's going to be repurposed to something else. And I think the list of things you are going to say quite frankly, in this stage of washing and everything, is to be commended. Commissioning of a mural celebrating Scarborough's heritage, you can never have too much of Scarborough's heritage. But what concerns me, this is the comments, is where is the place for young people? Where is the place for young people's futures? How do we convey to them that there is a place here for them? Perhaps we need something that shows them that they're welcome into the centre, that they're part of our community. We've heard comments about the period where they start leaving school and the problems that come along with it. Every single event that takes place has later problems with it. But we manage it by making sure that we get there before the problem starts and the complaints start. If you know what young people are going to do, surely the important thing is to make sure you have in place litter picking, the cleaning of the glass before people complain about it. And I think we should be accepting their passage, their right of passage. We should be celebrating that and making sure that we convey to young people Scarborough is a place for them as much as for the older people in which we have a skewed demographic. That's as much as I'm going to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to check, so the kind of concern about the product as regards to the rubbish, that's primarily to research around problems or problems so we get annual. So yeah, that's something we could do with that bit across the department to make sure that we're having a bit earlier, a little bit quicker, so we can I can take that back into thinking with colleagues, they're on that control, but also I want to street thing and to make sure that we're doing it for making sure that's, you know, the impacts on residents is minimal. In regards to kind of the young people and stuff, something a bit on the it was sort of goes to content about the town, the unions, yeah, so the young people have been a real focus within that. So there are a number of things that have been discussed within that whole different levels of priority. And young people and what we do big key part of the discussion. I can't speak for exactly what we have doing in Scarborough. I know for definite that looking at what we can do for young people in town was a real significant part of discussions that have been involved, because that was feedback from myself and the community safety, what we're seeing, how we try and prevent these people coming in a bit what the solution is actually kind of moving towards kind of from the level. She did first or she wants to where we get in terms of possible time, making sure we're engaging with people, like that quality balance around people. And we've done surveys recently giving people looking at what they want in the area, but for the youth council, and that is done by the local community organisation on side of we're looking there, looking at what they want. The young people are extremely ambitious, but we'd like to take recognition, but there is still plans, I believe, that young people will be able to work.
And just to add, I'll take the comments to that. Really, certainly, I think speak on behalf of all council services that acting earlier, achieve better outcomes.
And so to what we're saying, partnership board will be submitting plans for youth provision. It's a key part of it. The budget is strengthened, have some really good and local youth representatives to make the case really loud and clear. And as we heard earlier, would be active diversion tactics in the people. So thank you very much indeed. Are there any further questions with Joe for? No? Oh, sorry. Have you let it go? I'm trying to keep people down, not do you? Sorry, I'm sorry.
all the time.
No, I'm not doing it. First.
I do want to talk about quickly. As you might expect, the machine, my new machine, was walking through Scarborough. It's fantastic. And we have one for Whitby.
Yeah, I'll take it away for 30 minutes. I should say about Whitby is, aside from the task group, we do have internal staff networks for local areas based on the area community patterns. And we do look at Whitby, we do that. It's more network focused on about increasing staff awareness of the issues. And if the time there's anything you ever want to me to that, then please do so.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you very much. That's not
Thank you very much today. We're almost catching up, but we're going to really good track. Item 12, Resilience and Emergency Annual Update. I welcome Matthew Robinson, I think he's still online with his patients, and Lucy Truitt, Resilience and Emergency Doctor, and Paul Varad, Emergency Planning Manager. Hope you found this morning is interesting as we did, but really appreciate it. And today, thank you very much.
No problem, Chair. Thank you very much. So it's not Paul while it's still live. So it's fine. So yeah, particularly my name is still alive. I'm an emergency planning manager with the Resilience and Emergency team for the Norwich Council. We've got a colleague here with me as well, Lucy Truitt, who's the Resilience and Emergency team officer. Matthew Robinson is my boss. Unfortunately, can't be here today. We've got one interest as well. Good morning, everyone in the public. So, in terms of the annual update for resilience and emergencies, council may be aware under the Civil Contingency Act that North Yorkshire Council being local authority is part of what we call Category 1 responder. And within that, there are statutory duties which are imposed upon us. At the top of this, you can see the assessing the risk of emergencies occurring, being prepared for that. And then putting emergency plans in place, so we try and get off what the risks are to be able to mitigate those risks as best as we can. Another staff responsibility, obviously, is business continuity management, because we were not prepared and resilient, then we can't then offer that service out to the communities that we serve across North Yorkshire. In terms of information, we are bound to share information across responders and what have you, and also provide information to the public, particularly around the one informing emergencies that they occur and during and after. And business continuity both internally but externally as well. We also have a statutory responsibility to promote business continuity across small and medium enterprises across North Yorkshire, so these are small businesses across our county. And as I said, really, yes, if we can prevent an emergency happening, we do that. That's not often the case, as we know. So having those plans in place and being able to respond effectively is pretty much bread and butter of what we do. The Section 3 report shows a number of incidents that we've been involved with and led on across the last year period. We've around 19 significant incidents in there. I'm not going to go through each one of them, but you will see from the list that there's quite a variety of incidents that we become involved in and performance activity across. And part of the resilience planning sort of side is all about learning. So when we've dealt with the incidents, we take the learning from those and start to develop improvements based on what we've learned. So at 3.2, you can see that as a result of the flash flooding, obviously on the other side of the county, we've made some strong links with chain and community anchor organisation, and we're doing that across the board as well in North Yorkshire. So we're looking for the community anchor organisations and building stronger links. So we've got that relationship developed already. So in time of need, we know who we can turn to and vice versa. Again, as we talked about severe weather events, we wanted to bolster our sunlight deployment. and also promote provision of both within communities themselves. So sandbag stores, we work with communities to help them along the way with that. And internally as well, with the local government review, we've had the several boroughs and districts under the one umbrella. Those districts and boroughs dealt with emergencies in slightly different ways, depending on their makeup. We'll now have one, so we've now put in more robust arrangements around gold, silver and bronze officers, so that we're able to respond in a coordinated fashion and effective fashion. And at 3.3, it's a request for elected members, so if you do have any views or recommendations on the incidents and our response to them over the past year, then we would welcome them at the contact details that see provided in the reports. So in section 4, we talk about the corporate planning group. So Joe did mention Rachel Joyce earlier. She is actually the Assistant Chief Executive for local engagement. He is nominated as our Council Emergency Officer, and as such, she chaired the corporate resilience and emergency group, at which a number of senior managers within the service attend that, and we make sure that we are looking at the right things and attending to the right things, and then following out that we have our work plan for the year beyond and so on. Matthew Robinson, my boss, he's the head of resilience and emergencies. So he's responsible for making sure that the resilience cycle occurs as it should do year on year. And there is a copy of the work plan as well at Appendix A, which I'll bottom to here. So the main items on that work plan are around our response and recovery, obviously. I've mentioned some of the aspects that we've been looking at, continue to look at. Within that, we're very, very keen to build community resilience across the county. So with our support, we go out and try and encourage and support communities to become more resilient themselves. And there's also work involved in that, which Lucy will touch on in a moment or two. Data, as is the case in every organisation, we want to get smarter with data and be able to use that to better effect. So how we collate it, how we store it, and how we storage as well. I've already mentioned the sandbag stores. And then, like I said, the annual corporate commercial planning group has a number of different functions tailored which you can see in there as well. But I won't go too much on that. So we also have then some localised groups that are what we call integrated emergency management groups. So for Scarborough and Whitby, they have groups set over here. They're part of as well. Main focuses of late have been marine pollution plan, which has been rather apt, given the ship collision that happened in the North Sea not so very long ago, which we've had involvement in, but thankfully it's going southwards and it didn't affect us. But our marine pollution plan was due for review anyway, so we're taking learnings from that, so I'll put that in as an example. There's a Scarborough Town central evacuation plan, which again we're looking at, following the release of the Protection of Premises Act, which you might know as Martin's Law. So those public spaces where lots of people gather, we need to put plans in place to make sure that the evacuation is suitable, etc. There's the East Coast Coast Plan, which is due for the review as well. And then, as you will know, from the landscape risks that we have here, we make sure that we're on top of them and aware we review there's been any changes to that. So elected members' role in that integrated emergency management. So Lucy for the Whitby and Scarborough area. Works with elected members, etc., to provide training and awareness, to use your knowledge to make sure that local risks are identified in the communities, to again use your influence to ensure that community resilience continues to be developed in localities across the area, and also to look at resolve and capability gaps and see how we can maybe fix those as we go through that cycle. And then the ongoing support from elected members is around communication of those community risks, providing that leadership and developing the community resilience, working with Lucy and others to identify opportunity for resource funding gaps, and also to support training exercises as and when they occur. And again, the offer's there, and I'm very pleased if the elected members have any input for this in terms of programs, please do make contact with us. On the contact details provided, and the local officer will then obviously prepare that and start a dialogue going with you. So in terms of the work plan going forward, we've already touched on that. This is nothing new, we've done it for years, our involvement with town and parish councils. but significantly since COVID, we've done a lot more work internally with the team, and I'm looking across at Adele, who will come on later on to present her report. So the local engagement teams, community anchor organisations, we're building a much stronger link. So again, we don't have to go and look for them, you actually get to know there and off we go. And we do it very well, I would say. Yeah, roll out on policy, we've done that through some conference events throughout the year. Again, just to get people on board and ready awareness of I'm going to go quiet for now. I'm just going to hand over to Lucy to talk about her work in terms of the locality that she's been.
Operation Plan Lucy and the information covering Scarborough and Whitby patch. So large, small communities in that area, anyone that can get involved in, I will work with them. I really help them creating called a community emergency plan. So any communities that are willing and enthusiastic for, preparing themselves, being volunteering, that kind of thing. The communities that we've listed below, they're the communities that I've been in touch with, they're the ones that have been getting involved with me to make a community emergency plan. The list is quite short, I understand that, but I've only been posted in October, so any localities or parishes that you know of that would like to get involved with us to create an emergency plan or to exercise with in parishes to help prepare themselves for potential incidents like flooding. So I'll quickly go through them. So Exton Parish, I've been to their parish meeting, they're looking to make a community emergency plan, so I've been working alongside them. We've got Whitby Community Anchor Organisation and S-Valley, so the Community Anchor Organisation is something relatively new, but they're really helpful at getting involved in communities and helping me linking with them to make sure that communities are prepared as they can be. Unfortunately, there isn't a Community Anchor Organisation for Scarborough at the moment, but hopefully that will change in the near future because that would be really helpful. But CAPCA, a lot of you probably know CAPCA, that is probably managing the community in Scarborough, so I've got a meeting arranged to discuss with CAPCA about getting communities better prepared in that area. Kate and Bay, I attended Kate and Bay flood and snow groups when they happen, they're also creating a community emergency plan. And I've also been recently updating the Kate and Bay asset plan, so that will be done shortly. And then going from Parish, that is an initial conversation that hopefully we're going to get on to create a plan. But as I said, any help would be really appreciated if you know any communities in your area that would like to get involved in it, please do contact them.
Thank you, Lucy. So finally, we did launch our community resilience profile for the members last year. Basically, a very short document which gives an overview of what the community is about, what's that detailed, etc. So again, that increased engagement we go forward. And that was the final item on the report. So I would welcome any observations or questions that council may have at this point. Chair.
That's great. And Councillor Sonic, Councillor Phillips, Councillor Nick.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm glad you referred to a year ago. It must have been about this time because this is the annual report, isn't it? And I think shortly after, it must have been last year's report, I did receive the document which was designed for me, I believe, as the local council for Whitby Social, so that I could know a little bit more about what to do in emergency situations. I have to say it didn't give me an awful lot of information apart from where the sandbags were located, which I find is in an industrial shed with a lot of gates on it. So I wasn't entirely sure what the use that information was on its own, and that's slightly worrying. You've talked about different organisations, but I think it does come actually down to who organises things on the ground in crisis situations. I'll just give an example, and then it involves my colleague, Councillor Phil Trumper again. But when we had a minor crisis, which was a tremendous amount of ice, I think it was about 18 months ago, and some of the main streets were completely frozen over, they were like skating rinks. We were watching sort of 18-year-olds trying to get their shopping and skating around on
And Phil came up with what I thought was an entirely sensible idea when we were discussing this with a few people who were relevant to the situation, like the town council and the highway department. And Phil said, let's get a flat back truck with some sand and grit on it and drive along it, shoveling sand and grit out into the ice, and we can crack this one in a few hours. Brilliant idea. Everyone said, oh, we can't do that. So, who actually does it on the ground and when? The council has contractors, but it gets cut off. It gets snowed up, it gets flooded, and vehicles can't get through. Oh, we're relying on people coming from even Scarborough, but maybe further afield. What happens in crisis? Now, this issue, I have a little bit of knowledge of, not from an emergency planning perspective, but from climate change adaptation perspective. And in that context, the idea of community resilience is that you actually build up volunteers, teams of volunteers. I mean, people have rather sort of mercilessly called it a damn army, but I think it's more about sort of getting young people really so good on shipping sandbags these days. But, the idea that you get people in the community who, in these various crises, are there with Wellington boots and raincoats on, able to actually sort out problems of people being flooded out or whatever it is. And I think evidence about this stuff. And I think horticulture is way behind the curve. So maybe you can correct me and tell me what is happening with community resilience and how a local council is doing for it.
Thank you for that. And this is where we do need to do more work, obviously. So we need communities to come forward. Obviously, we need to be there the other way. So we do look to communities to help themselves. There are certain implications with that. So with volunteers, insurance implications, etc. But it starts with getting around the table, doesn't it, and making sure that we're in touch with the right people to start developing plans. So in terms of gritting, I mean, we do have our standard scheduled gritting for North Yorkshire as a whole, which is pretty rigid in terms of sort of like primary routes that we go through first and so on. Whether or not the local community can help themselves in that regard, I'm not sure I can answer that right now. But getting the right people around the table to start having those discussions, I think, is the key. So Lucy will and can make contact with your good self at some point in the near future. Start talking about community issues about how we might be able to help Whitby help itself better.
Obviously, the sandbag side of things, Bill has mentioned that is in the work of the show. It's something that we are focusing quite heavily on at the moment. So part of when I go out to communities, I'm trying to, pose the question to them of, do you think that you need a community sandbag store? And we're doing a lot of work around finding out where the sandbag stores are, because you are correct. There is quite a few sandbag stores out there that probably aren't like detailed on the website or anything like that. So we're doing a lot of work to make sure that we identify exactly where they are, so that we can inform members of the public and themselves exactly where they are, and locations that do need sandbag stores, getting them set up for them. And then also just put the community, obviously the community university plans, that part of that is the volunteer side of things. So encourage identifying who in your community, does have assets, does have things that you'll be able to help in an emergency before the emergency services arrive. So, identifying who is willing in your community to help in an incident. So that is part of the community emergency management work that I do with communities, but half the problem is getting into the community in the first place. So that's really where you guys come in. So it's 6 metres that time.
Can I just say that nobody's contacted me since last year?
Right, well, we will address that, Councillor. I mean, Lucy's right. The local knowledge is the key. So we have 6 officers straight across North Yorkshire. And you can imagine the number of localities that they have to deal with. So we do split ourselves quite thinly across the county. But the local community have the answers. We can support you with that in terms of building a plan. As Lucy said, you will know locally who can provide this one, can provide that with a 4x4 vehicle. So we will be in touch, I think.
Councillor Phillips. Thank you. I was a bit of a look at this about various groups that you actually started working with because most of them are parishes. Can I just find Whitby Town Council isn't one of them? If I have a problem with Whitby, I wouldn't want I would look up my local community and action and organisation. It wouldn't spring to mind.
I'm sorry, can the gallery please be quiet? It's quite disturbing, there's like a low rumble that we can hear. Thank you. It's no one individual. Thank you, sorry, Councillor.
So I also wouldn't immediately think, oh, I'll go to the flash 40 out, find out about which. So I know you said about you can communicate, but do you actually talk to the town council or you try? I'm just curious because I'm very keen on parish and town council taking responsibility for something that they can make locally.
Absolutely, I'll stand to this.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I will admit, I think it would be town council, yeah, but in terms like they are on my list of contacting. It's just the community and organisations. They're a lot more reactive with myself to begin with, but I assure you, I will contact you.
So can I just come? Oh.
Yes, you can, Councillor Phillips, did you come up with?
Oh, so it's not just parishes, yes, so we will engage with a variety of different councils. Like I say, there's one resource for the east as such, so she will get round, but I think, you know, some of the key hubs such as Whitby, should be able to listen. So,
Thank you. It's just that some of the people that they speak with are more reactive than others, and I think we need to have it in a recognised place where people can go, because there can be conflicting ideas about how to help them. We need to make sure it's consistent.
yeah, and I know it's all part of the agree council, so building that community leadership plan, that's the one that needs to have that coordination in place. We also look across the different premises as well, so, you know, if the evacuations required, for instance, we start to identify what we call rest centres, so that immediate shelter, and invariably maybe, you know, a village hall or what have you. So absolutely start to integrate more within that Whitby community, should start to find out stuff from themselves. And then, like I say, the key is to put it on paper, so we can actually pull that one off the shelf, and then we've got it on detail, we've got some coordination around it. But these things do take time.
Thank you. Councillor Slides.
Thanks, Chair. We're on the other side of the coin from Kate. Right. We've had an emergency plan for years and volunteers set up. Lucy has been really good. She's come to club meetings, but we don't hold them on a regular basis. It's as and when. But obviously, Scarborough South is predicted thousands of houses. And it is on fluctuating and parts of it, as is Cape and Bay. So we're all integrated, but Cape and Bay and in the village, we've got a sand check, but we've also got sandbags at different properties. Along the main street at farms, we've got farmers come out and help if there was an emergency. We've had an emergency plan, and I've been doing it for 20 years, and we've always had an emergency plan. We do keep updating it, but your help has been invaluable because obviously we can only do so much. So an officer coming in and just saying, hey, you're doing it right, or you might want to do this, giving a bit of advice, it's good. The way we got to find out, I think, was that you did send something around our parishes at some point. Pat picked it up and I said, well, let's try and get to the next. I wasn't there, but we call you each time we have a close group, and if you're ready to attend. Because I think it's like everything, we've got areas that really feel battling on a regular occasion, and it's been prepared as best we can before it's not isolated. You know, over the years, some areas have got worse. So this is an excellent day to work, you know, but if people have to come to you as well, sometimes you have to ask first thing, can you help us? Can you have a look, see what we need? It may be that we're doing it all right, but sometimes fresh ideas are good. But I thank you for your help.
Thank you for that, councillor. And again, using this opportunity to try and promote and improve that contact as part of this the report. So, like we say, if you do need to get in contact with us and come in the other way, and we will try hard to obviously get around as best as we can. But I appreciate your comments.
Thank you. And Councillor Chalker?
Thank you, Chair. I think Councillor Sonic's kind of, we did have a real problem 18 months ago in Whitby. It was kind of dismissed. It was a real problem for the whole week. A lot of people couldn't even get out of the house, it was that bad. So we did come up with a solution. And again, it didn't go anywhere really, which was disappointing. Maybe it was due to funding exception, but it was really, it could have been the cohesion and communication could have been a lot better. And we started to have communication since then regarding that issue that happens again. So I think it's something that needs to be looked at. I think it is helping people, especially when you go to towns where you have an older demographic. It does affect their well-being and lifestyle when you get that kind of situation. In regards to Councillor Phillips, Town Council should have been the first part, I believe. Being the Town Council and Parish Council, a lot of local members with a lot of local knowledge. Really, I think we should be really contacted, get involved in this process.
Obviously, councillor, so we will take that back and bring that back in, and mix it from you.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I just haven't that people more. I will be in touch. It is one of the things where I've taken this on. Obviously, there was somebody before my role. I've taken this on contacts that were already in place and plans that were already in place in town where I started. And say whether it's only myself or the whole of the staff would be patched. So I'm kind of just taking it step by step. And obviously, with the community action organisation being quite new and integrated into the council already. It's just going outside, but I think that'd be nice.
Sorry, just one of the points on that, what we do find is that plans get picked up and get done to a really good standard and then can quite easily fall by the wayside due to the number of people on the or what have you. So it is that continual effort that we need to support you with. But really, the main work comes from the community itself. So it's getting those contacts and getting that bit going.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Broadbent and then Councillor Chair, Councillor Warner. Thank you. Councillor Broadbent.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I think it's very important the job that you're doing, getting communities understanding. And at the moment, quite a lot's on exactly what your agenda is regards, and we're talking about funding, which is a terrible thing when it happens, but it's obviously a lot bigger than that, you know. You give somebody satellites or you give somebody a fire extinguisher, you know, a fire, and it's such a broad subject. I live overlooking Cornelian Bay and helicopters flying over on a regular basis. Very often there's paramedics come and they all stand there, you know, in the I'm very comfortable that I'm not panicking that, you know, I'm living on the edge of on a knife edge, so it's important that communities understand what you're looking for, you know, and then I think you get better feedback. If anything happens around my area, gosh, you know, it's amazing what help there is. So how would I get involved with all that? Besides reporting to you, which I'm not sure you already know, that you know, there's Coast Guards, paramedics, first responders, everybody's brilliant. You know, I'm saying to you, absolutely.
Yeah, that's fine. So that is one of the main purposes of the integrated emergency management groups within like localities. So it's bringing the emergency services together with ourselves to understand the risk better in localities. So we'll take information from that and then go out and react in the right way. In terms of emergency planning, it's very much about the planning in advance. But as a team, we also do the response side of things. So start to coordinate the council services. Kirby Northside was the most recent example of severe weather events, and Dell's the example that was involved in this one as well. So not only did we respond at the time of the need, but we had that presence for weeks and sometimes months afterwards. So we opened up what we call a local assistance centre in Kirby Northside itself, which we ran for a couple of weeks. We gave members of the public in need the chance to come in and get the advice that they were seeking, be for financial support or what have you. But when we closed that centre down physically, we didn't stop there, so the advice is still ongoing, so we communicate that out and say if you need that further support, and we're still here. And like I say, the recovery phase can actually go on what the massive significance sometimes in years.
I just think like it being fluid. If you see it, is it got a response to that, or is that not going to ring?
Yeah, we do all of that as well. So if you can imagine any sort of risk, small or large, and there's a massive variety of risks out there that you would be aware of, we tend to or try and plan for that variety of risk. Obviously, we look at the most serious in terms of priority order. That's how we manage and mitigate those risks. But we can't meet case of everything in terms of risk. Thank you, Simon.
Thank you, Councillor Chance.
Just one thing is a point of interest, going on from what Neil and Philip were saying about the completing payments. So, what used to happen in the old Scarborough days was that the Parks Department turned out and greeted the payments, and the Highways Department did the roads. It seems to have ceased to happen. And I think it's something we need to look at and take on board, because the park has been quite easy to do with their meetings. And the other thing, and it's a personal plea, talking about sandbag stores, the one at Stays, I have been trying, and so have the Harbour Commission has been trying to get it in place. It's falling apart. It's falling apart because sandbags were taken out dry and were put back in wet. And full. It really needs to be dealt with fairly urgently.
So I'll take both points away now. So, in terms of the gritting schedule that's in place, that falls under our highways directorate. So we'll feed that back in. I can't give you the answers to the points there for the business. In terms of the sandbag stores, it's an interesting one. So we have no statutory duty to provide sandbags, but we do for the right reasons, obviously. We're having a lot of work internally in terms of how you request a sandbag in that immediacy. So you follow through now to our customer line, which we've got a system logging it and making sure that the sandbags are delivered out. So we've certainly bolstered that up, and we're doing a lot more work now with the communities to say, look, if you feel that you do need sandbags and you have that experience of making them, then think about your community sandbag store. We'll have a look at states as well. We're looking for some increasing as a minute to go by. So I'll take what points away.
Yeah, states does have a number of properties that we flood.
I'll follow Councillor.
Thank you. Just so it's on record, I see pavements 18 months ago, they were just peculiar to Whitby. We acted over here as well. You couldn't get around Poundland, you couldn't cross Valley Road on pavements. I've had personal experience working with the resilience and emergencies when there was a fire on Belmont Road, and it was a new introduction to this realm to me, and thankfully once we got going after 2 or 3 days, I was able to feed in and you guys took over, so I'm grateful to you for that. Finally, as a newly elected Scarborough Town Councillor, I'd just like to advocate on behalf of the Town Council that you reach out to those, if you haven't already, to the flag to make introductions so that we can start to make plans for them forward. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor.
I think there's a bit, and we would expect this to be democratically elected councillors. We are really keen for you to approach these democratically elected councils right across the patch, and we see your list at the end of your session. Thank you very much. And then any further questions for Lucy and Bill? In which case, thank you all very much for presenting your report, and we look forward to seeing the update. Thank you. Right, we are now on to item 13, localities updates, and we welcome Adele Wilson-Hope, who's very patient, being referenced and targeted, fabulous, teamwork. Thank you very much for the communities, the localities update 24-25, and then for those of you still visiting and tweeting, we will break for a quick lunch. Adele.
Very much, I'm very much aware I'm probably one of the last hurdles between now and lunch, so I will try and be incredibly quick. Thank you for the introduction and the reference. I'm Adele Wilson-Hope, I'm one of the community area managers in the locality service, and I'm from the East area, so I cover Scarborough, Whitby, and Thurston, Malton, and you probably know my colleagues, Fanny Chandler and Karen Atkinson, as two local locality leads in the area. So, I mean, I'm aware that everybody's seen the report, but I'm just going to quickly whiz through this with you, just to pick up the key highlights. So as part of the annual reporting, we like to go through the projects and programmes that we're delivering across the county in terms of the broader locality service. So you will be aware, as a result of LGR, a number of teams were brought together, and within that we do have the community team, parish liaison with local inclusion, and the library programmes which now comprise the locality service. So I'm just going to start with the community update at section 3, looking at prevention and reducing health inequalities. And you will recognise this as the Almost Strong Communities programme. We still continue to deliver that programme in terms of trying to reduce health inequalities. And we've put some reference in there to our Inspire Grants programme, which are small social action-based grants, which we continue to administer to the voluntary community sector. And we're also continuing to work on the Transforming Community Mental Health programme as it transfers into health and adult services. And we are heavily involved in the in-house prevention pilot, which you will notice within the local section, Revival from SLI are included in that as our local community organisation. So the team also continues to lead and support a number of work areas in relation to inclusion. So that includes financial or digital. So we have a host of work going on around local food support at the moment. We lead on the food insecurity research and insight work. And we also administer the food support grants as part of the broader household support funding programme. We coordinate the Submitting campaign, and we also deliver the Holiday Activities Fund as well. We have just had confirmation of the extension of UK Pacific funding for digital inclusion, a highly successful programme we delivered last year, and we continue to administer the Rebooting of Yorkshire programme, which still is about digital reuse, so refurbishing kits and redistributing to people who need access to that kit. So that is all included within section 3.5 to 3.10. As we've already seen, we've had a bit of a focus on community resilience this year. Obviously, we have further developed the Community Anchor Organisation programme, and we are also looking at the Community Anchor Organisation Collectives model in Scarborough Town. And you will be aware from previous updates that this is the model that serves our urban areas, so slightly different. We appreciate that we need a different model in our urban areas that we usually comprise of the analytics. So we commissioned a piece of research, working alongside our voluntary sector partners, to come up with this concept of the community anchor collectives, and that continues as a discussion locally. And we have also supported two major body events as referenced in Harrogate and Kirby Moorside, so supporting our colleagues in resilience and emergencies and working alongside local partners to help provide the local assistance centre, and also supporting the response and recovery efforts. In terms of social regeneration, so 3.15 to 3.19, and we literally just want to quickly reference that we are rolling out the community partnerships, so building on the learning from the 5 initial pilots that are referenced in the report, and we are in conjunction with our regeneration colleagues working on the delivery of the town investment plans as part of the 3-year programme. So just moving on to section 4, Parish liaison and local devolution, obviously we've referenced in there the review of the parish charter. We're delivering an ongoing programme of parish liaison drop-ins, and meetings. We actually had over 100 parish councils attending those face-to-face meetings, so 24, 25. That will be reviewed over the summer, and that rolling programme will continue. And communication continues to be a key area of focus for this team. So we now have a single contact email address for all parish and town councils, and there is a coordinated monthly update that is issued from this team. Basically bringing together all of the policies in local council services and making that really accessible and accessible. Update on local devolution is detailed in section 4.13, which we continue to work on. And there is also the development of the community asset transfer process and coordinating community rights. And again, all of that will continue this financial year. Moving on to section 5, got an update on migrant programs last year. Again, I'm not going to go into too much detail, but there is some information on resettlement, asylum and homes for Ukraine, as well as the translation and interpretation service, which is also coming to migrant programs. But I just wanted to take the opportunity to highlight the integrated community support section, which you may know as SWIFT. I don't know if anybody's heard of that.
So much before
Yes, it is. It is. So it's building on the concept of the highly successful pilot programme that was delivered across Scarborough and Rydale. And it's about providing a welcoming environment and an empowering environment for our migrant communities in rural Yorkshire. So we're actually working hand in hand with a lot of concept on this, building place-based partnerships and development on that has started in Scarborough, as well as Selby and Esborough. So section 6, we come to the overview of local activity. Really skipping through it at the moment, we are reviewing and evolving the work of the Eastfield Partnership. We're supporting the work of the voluntary sector partnership Sea Change and supporting them with the evaluation work that's going on currently on the funded programme. And we're really glad to support the completion of the contract as well. And there's been a lot of work going on, particularly with Paddy and the Yorkshire convening voluntary sector in Whitby, looking at how we build the skills and capacity, the sector, but also how do we encourage and promote local volunteering as well. So that is a really quick, probably didn't feel quick, but it felt like a really quick summary of what our activities that delivered by localities and what we have been doing over the last year. And this is obviously an update, so just for you to know, really, I'm more than happy to take any comments or questions. And if it's something I can't answer right now, particularly around parish liaison and migrant programmes, I'm more than happy to take those away and get them over to feedback. Thank you very much.
Before I go, Councillor, there's a short question. Is this SWIFT programme entirely up to funding now?
It is match funded by the council, but it is significantly funded by the lottery. Would you like a breakdown of the explanation? Absolutely, I will get the migrant programmes and we'll just get in touch.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Trumper.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, that's what you mentioned with that's a project I've been involved with for about 2019 when I started working at the spot. I think it's a great example of how the community and the locality team and North Welsh Council work together and achieve a fantastic project for the town. I think it's a great example for other departments in North Welsh Council how we can communicate with communities and work with communities to achieve something quite good. I think I'd like to thank Paddy for his work actually, he's getting involved in it as well, and other, and the sports and leisure department we might use them. But I think it's a great example of how we can work together with communities, council, and other organisations to achieve something. And I think maybe other departments or the council can do the same and follow the good practice that's been set by the locality.
Any further questions about? Okay. Thank you, and thank you to Paddy because they're always available. I know that we all got the emails randomly about So thank you very much. Thank you all so much. I appreciate the time. Thank you. Okay, councillors, it's 1. I'm glad to we're on time or another. How long do you want for your lunch? 15 minutes. Let's go for 20, call it quarter to 2 then. All right. Have a quarter to 2, please. Thank you. Please, you will see the public gallery things out. This is the Rose of Bangkok, also known as the Sea Swimmers, and unfortunately a number of them had to leave because obviously it's a day long meeting. So I've asked Joe if he can talk to that issue first. But before he does, I'd just like to read out a message from Karen Shabbat, who we remember Karen in the committee before. She'd just like to say that on behalf of the many sea swimmers, how grateful we are for the area community support for this initiative. The feasibility study has given us an excellent step forward with a confirmed location, outline designs and indicative costs. Thanks to everyone interested in the future of Scarborough Seafood. And thank you for taking this forward. Joe.
Yeah. Everyone, absolutely privileged to be back. Thank you for having me. So, as mentioned, we will start on the AC Economic Development Regeneration Forum and Transport Project Development Fund. All of those documents and projects are now in the public domain or completed. There has been limited public interest in the majority of them, with the exception of the Kitty-Wake towers. And I just wanted to address that one first to provide a bit of clarity. The research paper identified that the Grand Hotel in Paris was a preferred location for such an intervention. And it has been quoted in some media outlets that the Grand Hotel itself was the location for those steel nesting structures. So I just wanted to provide a point of clarity that it's the terrace below that we're moving. If anything were to be delivered, we're moving the goal off the Grand Hotel. Yeah, so just a point of clarity. Except for that, there seems to have been limited controversy, and they're all sort of moving forward as you would expect from evidence base, and some of them will, as ones that have been delivered, will simply be delivered. That's great. And the ones that are more policy and evidence based related will move into various types of strategy and policy. So that might be town investment plans, which we will talk about shortly, or that might be things like the harvest strategy, which will take those forward to be delivered as actual projects, should they be accepted through the normal process. Except for that, I was going to jump straight to questions and allow council a chance to ask anything.
So can we focus our questions first, please, on the safety swimming? And so the meditation ladies is going to be out. Has anybody got any questions on that? Comments? So let's go for questions first. Comment. I've got a question. So we've got an outline business case. We've got an indicative cost. Does that now transfer over to the CIC? Because the CIC, is it formally constituted name, and how do they proceed to get some grant funding in place?
In terms of whether they're formally constituted or they have a name, I'm not certain yet. There we go. And it was initially, when we began that project, we didn't think it would be a sort of community-focused project to start with. We thought it might be a council intervention, but the whole point of these feasibility studies is that we can begin that process and that conversation. We wouldn't have known without doing the study and engaging with the community that would actually have been the preferred approach. So when we first began, it was a conversation with our active and sports teams. And so we have basically made a decision that the CIC or emerging CIC are better placed to take that forward with their enthusiasm and their commitment to it. We have said we'll continue sort of critical friend support, advice when needed. They have our email addresses and we're happy to help them. But they'll take it forward through the next few steps. We're also having to point them towards some funding if needed. But they've got really good connections already in place or emerging with people like Sport England and the Outdoor Partnership, who will also be able to guide them in that initial conversation. And so, yeah, we've ended up in a situation where we put a community group in a very good place to take something forward for their community, which wasn't well perhaps we thought we'd end up to start with, but it's not a bad place to finish.
comment, and was it a comment? First of all.
Thank you, Chair, and huge thanks to Joe also. As an guess, I fully support this feasibility study into the Safe Street, I'm not getting it right, into the Safe Sea Swimming Project here in Scarborough. This idea began in the simplest of ways, and I'm looking up to the gallery because it started with a letter from two local swimmers who asked me, how do we build a swimming pool? And that one question grew into a meaningful conversation, and now the foundations of a community-led and hopefully a deliverable plan. Scarborough South and North Bay are already loved by sea swimmers all year round. Cold water swimming is growing rapidly in popularity, and it's for good reason. But as we know, sea swimming also carries risk. Tides, currents, cold water shock make it inaccessible for many, and actually can be potentially dangerous for some. That's why the proposal for a safe tidal pool at Children's Corner is so compelling. It offers sheltered, accessible, family-friendly space right in the heart of the seafront, just below the spar, linked by the cliff lift and promenade, and within reach of homes, hotels, good for locals and good for visitors alike. Of course, there are maintenance costs. It's suggested approximately £20,000 a year annually. But if we boost seafood as a guide with the right partnership between local authorities, leisure operators, and the swimming community, this is absolutely achievable. This idea came from our residents. Let's work with them and the soon to be constituted Scarborough Seapool CIC to make it a reality. Thank you.
Well, I wasn't tiny, but I'm definitely looking into this. You probably spoke about language, then it was closer to this.
Thank you. This is once again one of the times when I'm going to violently agree with Richard. No, I must admit that of all the projects that came forward, this apart from the community link between Eastfield and Scarborough and transport, this one really grabbed me. I was brought up in South. I've enjoyed sea bathing since I basically couldn't swim, and I would still do it if I had something like this to go to. It's going to be such a good project in the future because, as Councillor Moore pointed out, teaching is massively beneficial for your health. Mental health improves immensely. I'm very lucky that I live near Whitby, but I'd much rather be in the sea. I'd much rather have that experience. It is different. Whitby's a big boating lake as far as I'm concerned. This is the actual sea. And we need to make use of this the best we can. And I just hope that we can see this growing from us. And I look forward to joining maybe in a little while when it's all been sorted out. It's going to be fab. And it just shows one of the ambitions we have at Scarborough is to make it a more adventurous place to be and one of the such things as this.
Thank you. Councillor Drive. Just a couple of comments. Fantastic idea, but what I was going to say was my son lives up between Cullercoats and Whitby. Brought one back into action, the old swimming pool back into action after lots of years. This wild swimming has become so popular, but safe. And they brought that, and the last time we were there about a month ago, they said, I'll show you, it was full. It was so busy. And a couple of weeks ago, I had my civic service, and it was at the spa. And there was mayors that had come from the northeast, and 3 of them said to me, we stayed over the weekend, and the best bits, well, I hope, apart from my lunch, was the fact they'd actually done the swimming. The swimming in the sea. They said they absolutely loved it. They did it on a daily basis. And that, to me, echoes everything they're saying. It is needed, it's necessary. And I'm really rich doesn't have it has to be.
We are going to move the outbreak of violent agree with that. Councillor Robert.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, excellent, with excellent news today. I'm sure it's sort of made all the residents a little bit more confident and that's, yeah, everything goes really well. I mean, I can recall sort of diving off the top board in the first original one, that's from the years ago. And it's still popular, you know, people say it's seawater, but they loved it in those days. I'm sure that, when this comes to fruition, they'll be still just as much. Thanks.
Thank you. So I understand there's an offer of ongoing support from Joe. Can I extend an offer from this area committee? And I really hope you don't hit a logjam. But if you do, and you need support from us collectively or any of us as individuals, please feel free to contact the club. Thank you so much for bringing an idea forward. I admit I was a bit cynical. Oh, nobody wants to use our club. But I think this is a wonderful compromise. We were really fortunate in having a really, well, the best, I think, in the world, architect and design, and the blueprints inspiring even me, and I don't like them. So, thank you all, and thank you again for sitting through everything else this morning. And good luck to you. Thank you very much. Can we go back then to beyond the shoreline report, and if anyone has any questions for Joe about that, I have a couple that I've emailed in, just for clarity. So, an update on an MOU with the operator, I'd like to know what his name, I'm sure you know, and then, my second question as well.
Absolutely. So I'm pleased to share with you that this morning we have given a draft memorandum of understanding to a local CTV operator, and we will shortly be sitting down with you to work out how infrastructure can support their ambitions. And I think it's best to think about it as a kind of Venn diagram. You've got what we can offer, and you've got what their ideal operating environment is, and there's going to be a crossover somewhere. It's the role of that memorandum of understanding to find that crossover. So it's beginning to work with industry to bring out some of the details. And I'll stress that's a starting point. It's a draft, but conversations are ongoing off the back of this report, and that's sometimes the point in this to begin those conversations. So in terms of MOU, that went out this morning. Your second question was yes, Swansea. So our report makes reference to Swansea 4. You'll all have seen the media releases that it's currently on hold due to market conditions. In the report, it was brought out as an example when we were comparing Scarborough and Whitby to the Humber and Tees estuaries in those clusters. That point remains completely relevant, that Scarborough and Whitby have some advantages in terms of geography, but they don't have the same scale and massing as those estuary clusters. And unfortunately, right now, that reference to Swansea 4 is out of date. It's just as applicable to Swansea 3. Looking at how the government are currently doing a net zero consultation and things like that, I suggest that while Swansea 4 in its current form is on hold, I would expect future offshore development in the next decade or so anyway, even if it doesn't look exactly the same. I feel it's still relevant, although I do recognise my exact references as well. Is that so?
That's a topic.
Maybe you insert the word jogger where it previously reads Swansea 4. We've benefited from two presentations on this report. One to all councillors, but that was not the public meeting. And then we have benefited from a presentation that was presumably arranged by you, Chair and Clerk, for just the councillors of the area committee. But this is the first meeting that we've actually had where we're discussing this in public. And I think it's important to make that point because there are people listening to this on the television, on the computers and so on. And, you know, I think we need to say something positive. Well, I'm something very positive about it. I think it's an excellent report. There's a lot of research gone into it. It's opening up opportunities for Scarborough and Whitby, which present the possibilities of a new economic development, which is beyond the limits of tourism, which is the moment focus for most of the development in both of those towns. Now, I think that's very, very good. But I won't go into the details on it. I did talk about the detail at one of our last briefings and suggested a few minor amendments and so on and emphasised the positive. But what I'm slightly worried about is the fate of this excellent document, because what I hate it to be is a tremendous amount of work that Joe has put into it, and then it just sinks without trace. And that's something that is the fate of a lot of policy documents. They just end up gathering dust on the shelves, or maybe somebody refers to them once in a while. So my question is this, to Joe, what happens next? You've obviously set the ball rolling. Who takes up the torch from here? Is there some funding to actually go out and proselytise interested parties about these opportunities to make people start thinking about them? For example, I did a little bit of a background on this in my North Yorkshire Council report for the Whitby Town Council, but I was trying to get the town staff to take up the opportunity of inviting you over to talk to all the town councillors in Whitby, because it's something they should know about. I suspect the same applies to Scarborough. But there's lots of other bodies where we should be going out and saying, look, this is the future. We need to know about it, because we need to think about the opportunities that are going for your business or yours, or somebody get employment or trains or whatever. I'd like to know how the council is going to deal with it beyond just approving it as some kind of policy. And once Joe has been diverted onto other things, which undoubtedly will, because he's very talented, is what happens to this report and the content of it.
Thank you very much, Neil. There's a lot of kind words in there. That's just one of the most today. Thank you for your compliments. They're gratefully received. In terms of the debate of the document, this is a research paper. It's the kind of evidence base that we take forward into policy discussion. So with this one, it was split into two separate sort of categories and sections, but they're not interlinked. The first is the harbour strategy, and that focuses on the operational aspects. And I know our harbour team are already working on that document and already using this as one of their key reference points, if you like. When it comes to some of the more, let's call them public realm or slightly softer measures, they will probably fall within the town investment plan, which we can talk about shortly, but that will fall within the regeneration remit. And so not all of it will get carried forward, and that's okay. It might depend on sort of where we get interest from the market to some extent in some aspects. Some of it might be where we can find the budget. And you mentioned funding. As regards funding, this is the sort of document that really helps with funding bids. It helps us to go to funders such as the Combined Authority, central government, or a range of other sort of funders, and make the case for why investment. So that's it's funding for achieving those bids. And finally, on Whitby Town Council, I'm very happy to come and talk to Whitby Town Council whenever they want me.
Can I just remind you that Chris Gordon departments will promise on our website to come back on the 19th of September on the harbour strategy investment plan, and he's already referenced that he's taken some learnings from the report in front of you to build into that, particularly around the uses of harbour land, boat hoists, fuel. Some elements are already coming forward. The executive meeting here we've already referenced, and I believe fuel might be on the agenda as well. The elements have been taken forward, but as I said, broadly into the area. And I've also got question of council and the council.
Basically, I think it's great report, and I think it highlights. I mean, we've got so much opportunity in our harbours. And I think that the report identified that. So it's quite positive now that we've got this report, we can move forward. We don't want to lose what you highlighted. I think that's, again, it was, yeah, Councillor Scott kind of mentioned everything I was going to talk about. So, but yeah, it's really good report, and I think the opportunity for our actually the next 10 years, we should be pushing forward.
So one of the quick wins, I think, was as you were talking around this, that Parkers have agreed to go into the Marathon Centre, is that right? Or-
Yeah, the intensive terms have been signed, but particular company to go into the Whitby Maritime Hub. And that's expanding their on-water operations, so servicing it, which is also one of the key things we figure out of that report. But yeah, thank you for your complimentary words.
We'll get you got more time to look this up what it is, and then you want to follow out. And Councillor Epsom.
Because there's parts in here where you can think, where's the thing going here? And I read it and seen actually. I'm going to the local person. I think it's definitely the way forward. I think both farmers we need to know all this all we need to it's just maintenance and services. I think that opens up so much more all both farmers. The thing I want to know is there around the understanding, is it still the ruling at Allsted, or is it independent of that? Right. And also, I think it'd be out of the changes, for example, on the learning trust that's got the UTC, and courses are being involved into the seat on marine engineering, which is a future of that generation. Both Whitby and Scarborough, I think. So many of which we can speak about open office. We should go to the university here. And I think we've got to grasp this with both one and different things. We've got a lack of young people in what our work, still call it a local because they're broken. And I think we're doing so much, and I think this is becoming. And I read the report very interesting. I still have to myself where it says about what can be bought because as you know, the Con had it been taken out of the council. Nothing to do with the council, Con had it going on because we wanted to go there. But it's not really me. So it gives us the opportunity to look at other species that we can catch, you know. I mean, certain Mediterranean fish now coming onto our shop. So I think it opens up so much more. I mean, with this renowned with fish and chips, and still work. Big signs and everything that things that made stuff from way back in 1990s, isn't it? And I think it's good, and it's good that the Scarborough would do the same. You know, we've got all this on our lost, and it's good for to have.
It's never good for
I don't know what. It's okay. Let's go to something.
We've got future for next generation, but we've got future industry as well. And for our harvest. Our harvest, in theory, I suppose, could be all leisure, could be all yachts, steamboats, things like that. This is what it's all about. It's our history, isn't it? It's our historic industry. And we have to preserve them and diversify. And I think this document is both. The last question is, I don't know if it's 340 million or 340 million plus. How will we fix it with Joe? Is this document going to get us into that and to get some things for our infrastructure?
Thank you very much. So yes, we try to take a really robust approach to a fund. We're focusing on a really wide range of things and not. We didn't start with closing anything up. We started with a really open mind. In terms of the relationship between developers and CTV operators, in general, when a offshore wind developer sets a contract, they stipulate certain aspects such as work crew should be picked up and drop something equipment as well.
But the CPD operators in general have control over things like whether they do their maintenance, their servicing, their converting, their kind of operational aspects that aren't linked to the direct development of things. And so you've got that kind of more workload aspect. So hopefully that just clarifies the separation between the other parts of that industry. Absolutely great news up at the UTC with investment in the simulator for a whole range of different types of boats. That's been really good news for maritime skills, and I think it's really positive. In terms of, I think you're referencing the community, the Coastal Community Fund, the new one. Yeah. So the perspective for that and it's detailed aren't out. So I've got a really close eye on that to hopefully use that for some of the things we've got coming up and some things we've got ongoing in already stated policies and published projects. So yeah, I've got a really close eye on that, but we're still waiting for all the details. So I'm not sure what's going to look like. But the pressure is.
And obviously I'm still keen to the board because of that, but it depends on what we can afford and tells the CT meeting. What's especially for you, it
Depends on the business case. Well, and the space required and the many competing potential uses. The single biggest realisation I had when I was reading through this is how relatively small Scarborough Harbour is and how much we want out of it. And we want everything out of it, don't we? We want a vibrant, growing fishing industry, we want some leisure, we want the marina and the crafts, and we want the new industry emerging, we want aquaculture, we want everything in what is essentially a tiny footprint. But the big challenges that brings, but that's why we're having the harbour strategy and infrastructure coming to in September. Councillor Chance.
Yeah, I was just looking at the report, and it's a one liner in the case that which says by constructing the first aluminium board in this floating dry. I think the important thing here is that Parkland Marine won this contract against international competition. The boat is a multi-hull, it's not a traditional fishing boat, and it's due to be launched officially on 2013. And Neil and I will be at that. It's Sea Garden 4. Every different boat that we have with Sea Garden, something but yeah, it's a pretty special boat and it's quite unique in its design. Everyone wants to see that picture.
I've been on it actually. So we went to town to visit around Parkland, the excellent work they're doing with the at the time there are 2 boats being built in the boatyard, and that's just a fantastic industrial asset to that town and some really good quality jobs and boats being built there. That's a really exciting development for so that's adding its weight into the town.
It's also a multi-hull, which is good as well.
So there was a report to be forwarded with from fishing news, thing I read with you about Parkland having a contract for 2 new trawlers, bitsy trawlers that are going to fish out P10.
Long.
Yeah, so that's even better news, isn't it? So it's really good to have environment shipbuilding sector in Whitby. Excellent. Has anybody got any further comments on councillors?
I think this is really important. I know this to me isn't personally entertaining as teaching, but it's a subject which is very important to a lot of people in the area. Do you think this report is actually going to address some of the concerns raised in our daily missives from certain residents in the old town? Because obviously we've, as an area committee, shown our commitment of actually looking into this properly. So I'm just concerned that this is just going to be taken and chewed up and start back at us and a series of emails coming in absolutely everybody.
So we engaged with a really wide range of stakeholders when we were writing this report, and when the report went public, we then made sure that a wide range of stakeholders also had access to that report directly rather than having to trawl through committee documents to find anything. When that document was sent out, I offered my time in order to talk through any aspects of it. I haven't heard anything back yet, but the offer remains the case. I'm always happy to talk about some of the details around the research and policy work we do, and always happy to field any concerns or questions from stakeholders.
She mentioned the commence on it, but it is having expensive work. It took us to places that we've been going through such a wide range of things. Those are big challenges, especially for as council authorities, of making sure that we see them through. And so our first step on that, and the next thing will be the harvest report, which will come on the 19th of September, and the reclaim report, and we'll get on to that. That's fine, thank you very much. Right, we are going to alternative listings. Has anybody got any concerns on it? So it's not the ground and tenants and tenants. I've got a question on that, which I think we might ask before, but is that totally our ownership or somebody else's ownership?
I understand the land to do with our ownership. There are some questions ongoing about the exact ownership of the wall. I initially told provisionally that it's suspected to be in our ownership, but it's one of those things. Generally, land ownership is done at a 2D level, and then when you turn it to a 3D level, it raises other questions. I'm currently of the understanding that it's within our ownership, but I'm raising that intention.
Okay, and then the obvious question is, this will form part of the the gold strategy for North Yorkshire, and I have just closed down my formal work plan, but I do know that strategy is coming before the committee as well. And I get a chance to look at it on that, it's going to be September, which probably would then be ready, and then we've got just, all fun.
I don't think it's been fully published and finalised.
No, welcome to us in November. And generally, when it works well, and it hasn't always, rolling, it will come to us before it goes to the next year. In November. Councillor Foley.
Quick one on this, it is not my field of expertise, but the Whitby nesting centre, a lot of it seems to revolve around the ground itself. Has Alex Lansdowne, the owner of the hotel, been approached on this meeting on board?
While we were doing the report itself, it was very much an ornithological report rather than about specific assets and specific owners. But since the report was sent over to this committee, a regional officer has engaged directly with the hotel. I don't know if that was with the owner or the manager of exactly who, but I know the Commonwealth team has gone and had a very positive conversation with the hotel.
Any questions on alternative listings and for kitty rights? I understand that those women are certain to commit a tourist attraction. It's own right, but that's a bit significant thing. And again, it's a really interesting report and very comprehensive, and I look forward to it taking forward by good strategy. Thank you very much. Right, we are now going backwards to item 14, which is the town investment plan twist.
Excellent. Sorry, literally tracks. Excellent. So, town investment plan, also known as Stroke Plan for Every Place, was first referenced in the North Yorkshire Economic Strategy, where we committed to develop investment plans for the county's towns and their hinterlands, where these are not already in place, to enable them to drive economic growth and productivity. And it was picked up by the combined authority and put in their economic framework as well, committing to a plan for every town. Now, I will just stress there are a couple of names for these at the minute. Town investment plans obviously overlaps with the previous town board plan. And then Great Plan for Every Place is the name that the mayor uses for these. They're all kind of the same thing. And there's no settled confirmation of what we're going to call it yet. I'll also check Whitby, we'll get one, we'll start in the autumn. We're just doing Scarborough first because that's how the sort of second hierarchy goes in the local plan. So we've completed so far our policy review, and I'll just read out a couple of key figures for you. So Scarborough already, its local plan has a 350-word vision. Within the economic strategy, we've got 3 pillars, 9 themes, and 22 priorities with 21 measures of success. At a more local level, we've got a town investment plan with a vision of 250 words, which has 7 objectives and 18 outcomes. And then we've got a blueprint with 500 words that sets out 9 transformational objectives and 3 further outcomes. Imagine if your job's liberal. So the plan for Scarborough is not to reinvent the wheel. We recognise there's already a huge amount of policy and project base that we're starting with. I think that the best metaphor I can use is almost to think of the Great Plan for Replacement and Investment Plan as a kind of formula. We're kind of just pulling everything together, and some of that's already been delivered or in delivery. So there's a little bit of process and updating, and there's 1 or 2 gaps we've been able to identify that maybe we can address. But we're looking at sort of 10 years time scale, and when you boil all that existing policy down, the key things are reducing inequalities and improving opportunities. And I'm happy to take that forward as a sort of overarching mission. So that's where we're at. We've done the policy review. We've begun putting together all that existing consultation. So there's loads of consultation at the minute. And the local plan is currently doing its issues and options work. So we're working very closely with our planning colleagues. So we don't want to give everyone consultation fatigue constantly. That being said, engaging with the Scarborough members is going to be really important, and I'd like to know how you prefer us to engage with you. And the kind of next step. So at the minute, if you think about that return on investment curve, we're trying to map what we're already spending loads and loads of money on, and maybe some of the qualities that we're not currently addressing directly, where some of those gaps in provision are. Because that's really the only area we've covered already with all these other plans and strategies. So we're also identifying some of the levers for change that we have within our control. So yes, we will issue stakeholder engagement, particularly around stakeholders in the third sector and local businesses, and it will go to the public for a formal consultation capacity. And we want their views, but we have a huge wealth of existing consultation that we are basing our initial work on. Except for that, I'm happy to take any questions. I'd like to know how members would prefer we engage.
From that first start, we're engaging with the work better in the group, because we can't debate, and well, we've not had a lot of disagreement today, but even agreement is always helpful. So my view would be, please shout, and I'm really happy to do it when would be to do it at one of these monthly informal briefings, or we can do it in person if that works better, and for all of us to put our ideas in. Does anyone want to suggest something different? Whitby members can choose to opt themselves out if they so wish. But I think it would be an interesting process to go through when Whitby does its own early in the year. So we will work with Stacey on that with Joe, and Cindy will sort out questions. Fabulous, thank you very much. Has anybody got any specific questions to Joe on the town investment plan? No? Fabulous. Thank you very much for attending. I'm sorry you rushed. And thank you for your work and commitment to the area. I think we months from that, I've said this before, I think we have the best projects coming forward, and thank you to everybody who put their ideas forward, those that didn't get taken forward and those which had fantastic results. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
We are now on to item 16, which is the work programme. As you've hopefully mentioned that many of the things we've discussed are already on our work programme. The house will have to be influenced for that to do. We will ensure that the Cindy and I both think that that was due to an informal briefing in July, but we're going to ensure that happens promptly. And then my addition to the work plan from today's meeting would be to add on the Whitby car parking request for the parking right at least. So a general overview with car parking in Whitby. Councillor
I agree with that, but maybe if we could just broaden that out a bit. Every time I go to the head of parking and say, what's happening about Whitby in terms of parking, and know that there is a principles document which is awaiting approval at the highest level. But within that, it has identified Whitby and Scarborough as the two towns that need to be at the head of the queue with solutions. So, I mean, I'm very pleased to hear that, but it's not actually turned up yet. If we were to put it on our agenda as part of that discussion, which I think would be useful, because I'm not quite sure we could have a whole discussion just on the issue that the Councillor Turner brought, then I think that maybe would hurry it along a bit.
I hope so, because the council will tell you the information review of car parking for how many years now? Eight. And the many things that operate. Councillor Turner.
Sorry, well, I'm also not going to get it. I'll just check all my emails that I received from the officer involved. Basically with the timeline, if we didn't get to the executive, but it was timeline, we look to this committee first. Yeah, before the to the executive. So, again, it's just the point that I mean, because it is, we should be discussing these important issues, so, right there,
Are there any further additions to the work plan as it currently stands? And whilst I'm also a bit of the work plan, I will do my agenda. I'm sorry. Yes.
As the portfolio shown this committee, I think what we're trying to do is try and make more of them. So, and I've said this when we've been on the vice chair meetings, we need you to come up with things that are maybe going to change policy in the future. So it is very important that things get discussed properly, effectively, because it may well influence what we do in the future as a whole council. Because I know that you'd say Whitby and Scarborough have got particular issues, but you might find that, especially in tourist areas, they're common issues. So I would strongly encourage having a think and taking some of those thoughts on our work plan and going forward, because this is your chance to be influential up to the highest level. To take that on board. Thank you.
Response?
Probably an important strategy when we look at it, not just itself, but also Johnson as a problem and states are a major problem.
We're doing it county-wide. Not county-wide. That's a big thing.
Yeah, I know that.
Yeah, because it's not to take that. But the thing is that never had a stop, never had a parking ticket, we'll actually get one. And it's probably what the wish for, probably wish to get down.
Two items. One came out of the report that was given by you at the beginning of the meeting. I found it quite shocking, and that was about older people living in rented accommodation, the struggles that they're having. I think I'd like to see some more work done on that to see what is the state of our private rentals market. How much of that is occupied by.
We've got the state of the private rental market from the SMAR housing needs assessment that's been done in the local plan, and the head of benefits and folks come to a briefing with us, and we will pick it up there at this stage. So the data that we've got, and Cindy will send you the links to, is from a report from Independent Age, and it's not necessarily council data, but we can also ask the things around that. But Mark was talking about our first sort of problem. I don't know if your hands did what
yeah. My suggestion was there's nothing here on transport, and transport is going through lots of changes at the moment. In terms of the mayor's ability to deal with buses, trains, etc. That's a critical issue for the.
So the mayor's coming on the 19th of September. It was a specific issue on transport we all examined, which in the way things updating on where he's got to. key reports about his vote to the transport minister and then we'll come back. So we wait till the 19th of September and see where we need to go on that. Down at London, then down at did you want to say something else?
Looking at other people that observe, I know within my area, there's an awful lot of properties going for sale, which were sensible. You've obviously noticed. One thing I'm straight interested in was there.
So, we can also reform that, like the years of seeing this, like,
Are the, you know, the council and all those, so, something like that.
That's a good.
I just really information that if you're selling to seller, you have a view of which to sell it and you don't know. So you might find it some national secret.
We've got the other following the
So,
Chair,
item, is it on the work plan?
I'm not sure whether this belongs with the housing fee. One of the things that's always concerned me is the amount of funds being held by charitable housing trusts. And they're just being held as money.
I think that's like one from us watching. Sorry. Right. I'm going to jump to 19A and commend, is it work plan issue?
And this one you're not going to welcome because I want to bring up the repeated issue about alternating the meetings between Scarborough and Whitby. It was a decision at the last annual meeting that we held. We stuck with it for most of the year, but then we kind of lost it towards the end of the year, which I understand due to technical reasons. But I think we need some information on progress on the technical reasons. One factor to maybe of relevance is that I know one of the venues in Whitby that already has public meetings, Coliseum, was preparing an approach to you, and I think they've already approached St. John about what exactly the technical requirements are in order to be able to have meetings again in Whitby. If not in a council building, then at least in a public sector, private, community sector building, which is equipped to deal with the necessary technical. So I'm very keen to reiterate it necessary push for a vote on the alternation of the meeting between Scarborough and Whitby. I think that the danger is that this just becomes a Scarborough-dominated agenda, and we then get people who are coming to these meetings from Whitby who are angry about various issues that they don't feel engaged with and they don't feel part of it.
I appreciate that we should do that to it. The main driver was the mayor's career, of course, we didn't show in the end, and we had the chief executive, the combined authority, and the ability to live broadcast. So it very much fits with them as services, which means I'm going to refer to the portfolio for any update that should be used.
And I thank you. No, I know this is part of the review because even in the council chamber at Locality isn't ideal for doing meetings because of this way we're able to display the presentations. But it is a review and we're trying to work out where the best places are and if St. John has any more detail, that would be really fabulous.
Yes. Just to expand on the approach from Whitby Coliseum. So I did send a reply setting out the council's technical requirements for these areas. Meetings, and so as the chair has stated, obviously the huge step forward now is that we live stream these meetings, which is really important, I think, in terms of the general public access to them. So we're certainly keen that we can continue to live stream. So it's very important that any venue has that capacity for us to live streaming. Secondly, we would request a microphone system, importantly with an integrated induction loop, so that we can cater for people who are hard of hearing. And thirdly, it's very important that there is disabled access.
So I think that we're waiting for the concept to come back with us.
Yeah.
So that they can get the requirements. And I guess the question we've got from you here is, I understood one of the drivers was to use existing council buildings. Is there any progress from these existing council buildings being replaced? Does anyone is that to you? No, we don't know. Okay. So we're agreeing to this, we would like to go to Whitby. We all have really productive meetings with Whitby, but the live stream at the moment is an issue, and we will keep that updated. We can add that to the work plan as an item so we don't lose sight of it. They're desperately trying to move on to the next item, but I have about 4 instructions that if anybody else I've been talking, come up with an item for this year, for a work plan. Is there anything else to go on a work plan? Right, in which case, I'll commend to you report at 19A, where it's a review of the work this committee has done over the last year, for putting that together. When you read the amount and the breadth of activity we've done, you should commend yourselves. I think we have a very active area committee. I absolutely understand there is loads going on, and I do hope that we give it the time and gravitas it deserves, and we keep our work plan aligned. And we have some concrete things to show for at the end of it, so thank you for that enforcement. Just leaves me to remind you the next meeting is on the 19th of September at 10 AM, and it will be here. Thank you all very much for listening.